that thing. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me, Mark? Okay. Everything is up and running. Everybody comes in and start hitting record like we usually do. That's something spectacular about the kid. She's gonna stop doing it for a while. She's got things that she's doing in the story. So, I guess we could do a freaking episode of Victorian first, or do just some live later. I do have everything
watching. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room. Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room. Bigfoot in the back room. Alex Jones will ride. I'm an alligator Alcatraz. I got lizard skin boots. I got lizard skin coats. They want the juice in me. My blood is the code. My blood is the map. I don't feel the pain, I just feel the rush. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room. Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room.
It's like freaking Facebook garbage.
Bigfoot in the woods, sucking on the red straw, injected with the energy. I see through the mask. Vampire lifestyle at night.
Cryptocurrency,
red goings on the floor.
Say the word AI.
I'm the ultimate key.
Flip out.
The truth is in me. Drain me
of all the people to talk to, but that's it.
Drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people
started
in
up
the
loud.
room. Bigfoot in the back room.
Yeah. I'll be right
Drink
back.
my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room. Bigfoot in the back room. All this and more for your tune-in pleasure. through Rodriguez Productions. My blood is the signal.
I don't know anybody else that, you know.
Two forces pull at the edges of everything. Opposites that define each other. Tension humming like a wire about to break. But something happens in the space between them. A spark. A third presence rising out of collision. That's where I live now. In the place where duality shatters, where stories merge, where intention bends the field and reality forms a new shape. I'm not who I was. I'm not who they told me to be. I'm the point where all three lines meet. And I am waking up. Tell me the lies that fill my skin. I'll tear them open just to breathe again. Two halves ripping through a broken frame. Opposite forces whispering my name. I feel the rupture. Cold fire on the seam. A third shape rising from the fracture in the dream. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one that learns. Ghost symbols flicker in my blood. Golden apples drowning in the flood. Ancient stories chanting through my bones, turning every shadow into thrones. Lotus breaking through the veil of mud. Intention carving patterns out of blood. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one. Space twists when I make the shift. I breathe and the universe drifts. My mind is a blade, my will is a spark. I'm rewriting fate in the mouth the dark. Reality burns. I rise from the fire, no one returns. The pattern completes itself through me, body, mind, and awakening. Reality burns, and I finally see what I am made
No, no, but that's what's in the cards. That's what's here in the U.S. as well. That's what
You wore that heavy wool coat, the one with the frayed cuffs. You left your compass on the sideway next to a half-finished glass of gin. I watched you walk toward the tree line. The landscape didn't even flinch. The architecture of the forest closing like a heavy velvet curtain behind your leather boots. The name is scratched into the wood. Underneath the desk no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Forevermore. Earther chased the sound of wings, that rhythmic beating over the hills. He returned as a grainy image, a smudge on a piece of cheap paper. Sarah looked too long at the lake. The surface tension broke her. She dissolved into the silt. I am still standing in this lobby, straightening my collar for the press. So much noise, drinking to forget the altitude, drinking to ignore the lack of air. The map is just a collection of stains. The mountains are cold and indifferent. We are just collectors of absences, filing away the people who left. The name is scratched into the wood. Underneath the desk no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Gone into the grave, gone into the grave. Left their shoes in the dirt. The tide is high and empty. The tide is high and empty. The sky is heavy and empty. The files are heavy and empty.
they're hooked up to these vehicles.
To where, cause we were talking about how when you leave from one country to another, to find out that they're all hooked up to the satellite they are as well too. And wherever you go or whatever, it can still transmit information of where you go and if anyone climbs into the car or whatever.
Okay, I got everything set up and ready to go. Had the music playing for a while. Went and took a quick smoke break. I got the recording started. So you guys are on there. Got to start out with you talking right there, Robert. So, I was running a little late today, so I'm still kind of getting
I thought
everything.
you were running early.
Well, I mean, I am early on our timetable,
Okay.
but like I literally just woke up like 5 minutes before I had to set this stuff up. so I'm running a little late. You know what I mean? I got carried away. I got me a copy of Far Cry 4. So last night I had to play. I've been waiting forever since my nephew Jake was a teenager. I've been wanting to play that game again, dude. I played it back when he was a kid, and I never beat it. So I ended up getting it, and last night I played about, I'd say, a good 8 hours worth straight.
I don't even get time. I know to play games of Between the Horizons and Wolfrunter 2. First person, point and click adventure games.
I did get Deuce, by the way.
Huh?
You know how you were talking about Deuce, the game?
Deuce.
Yeah. You guys say it different over there.
What was the game about?
It's a retro game from back in about the 80s.
That means anything. That's a big long list.
I'd have to pull up Steam. Shit.
Okay.
I can here in a little bit. Give me a second. I freaking found out something.
Gone.
I caught on to why freaking they're so big on trying to get everybody onto this Game Pass shit.
What Game Pass?
On Game Cloud.
Xbox.
I figured out why they're doing it.
They've been doing it for decades now. Years at least.
So the big move was here within the last 2 years, 3 years.
Okay.
But I figured out why they did it. I figured that out last night. I went through and wanted to set the game up on Xbox, and I have the same game for Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim on Steam as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing of it is they try to connect them. Like on Far Cry 4, it's connected through Ubisoft.
Yeah, I've got Fallout. I've got the complete collection of Command and Conquer, and they've done that with the last one, Tiberian. Command and Conquer 4. But yeah, they've slapped on a EA login then.
Yeah. So that means they're consolidating them. They're going to make it to where, like, if your account freaking starts it on Steam, you can't use it on freaking Xbox, and vice versa. They're consolidating the accounts so that you can't get away with that shit no more.
Oh, no, it just depends on the game, specific game. All games would be. Or EA-owned games.
Hopefully not, because a lot of people freaking like to clone their accounts for Minecraft. You know what I mean? Just go on there.
That's not an EA title, though. That's a Microsoft title.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't even imagine what that's going to be now. Because I've only played it a few times since Microsoft bought them out.
I don't think any development's been made on it within recent years. It's a dead, still project as far as development. I think there's a couple open source developments that I've got
Yeah.
dead development.
Hey, little boy, you were talking about old movies,
Mm.
watching real old movies, and then have a talk show about it.
Oh yeah, Robert wants to have a talk show about old movies and stuff.
Okay.
Because I know you were talking about wanting to do that.
What sort of old movies?
Well, I got them, but let me get them. I can send them to you.
Okay.
That you kind of vet through them, see if you like them or not.
Okay. Wonderful.
I've got to go and make some coffee. I will be right back. So, give me a second. I'm gonna go. I gotta get that coffee made, man. That's like a have to. I know you guys are suffering from heat and stuff, but
Actually, no, it's quite cool at the moment. The last couple of days.
Yeah, I have to ask you a question. You know them solar fans? Why don't you like them for?
What?
why don't you
Solar fans.
Huh?
Solar fans.
Yeah, he wants you to get so he's concerned about you and the heat.
Okay.
Well, you were
it's not a
talking-
hot sleep, no. It's not
Okay.
a hot no.
No, but
Summer's
what am I-
over. Summer is over.
I keep telling him, I'm like, we have to put up with this every year. We've been trying to get you to get a fan for what 3 years now, dude. Everybody has said freaking for you to get at least something, dude. You know, and you just suffered the whole summer through.
I've got a fan of it. I've been using it.
That's what you always say, but then you
Well,
torture
after
yourself. You're like you're like, I will not get an air conditioner. I will not do it. You did every year, man.
Because summer is so short.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
It's only what, how many weeks have we had? 4, 5, 4. It's over. Summer is now over. It's now autumn.
Oh.
When does
Hey,
summer
Raj, can you give me a
end?
soda?
Hang on. When does that happen? September. Oh yeah, for us Brits, summertime ends at the 1st of September, whereas for you, it ends at the end of September. So that's where we get that weird sort of time issue
Oh, okay.
when you've got an hour extra.
Well, because I found you would have to tell me. Well, when you look at the list of the book,
Mm.
well, the list of the names of old movies, there's
Yeah.
quite a few of them,
Okay.
and one from I find that one. There's one from Russia that it is, and it's pretty neat. It follows what we were talking about,
Okay.
and yeah, and I was and send you a few other things as well. Just what you can see what I was referring to about you never know. I'm not saying take it serious or anything like that, but it's just the idea that for what I see and hear of honor about different things, and well, it's well known like it for whatever, however this stuff gets put up on there, you would think that like Facebook or anyone, they get that thing about they know who does what. You know, like when you put something on Facebook, they know who it was that you would think that they would know who put it on there. You know, some kind of mark or something about showing that who's the one that created that document, and you put it on Facebook. Well,
Yeah.
why I say that for, they come up with all sorts of things like that. You never quite know what's actually is true or what, or even AI, you know.
Hmm.
And that's, but yeah, because like I found out about like the weather, you know, they show the weather thing for what it might be like next year and all that. And like as they said, with the temperature, whatever an F1 is now, that would drop down to an F0, and F2 would be turned to an F1 tornado.
Okay.
The strength and the speed would increase with the heat and the strength of what it was. And because they said that with the climates and all that, it will just make them more stronger and more severe.
Yeah.
And that the weather, the jet stream, they did a model of it and all that, showing what it looks like and all that. It's pretty. I mean, I watch that stuff, and yeah, pretty neat.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, because they show all these things they do, and that makes you wonder. You know, what is your temperature is over there right now?
Don't know. At the moment, it's well, 11, about 11 at night. So, temperature around reasonable 13 degrees centigrade.
Well, ours
Uh,
right now is 87.
okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been relatively mild. You've been seeing a bit of rain.
Well, Saturday and Sunday was the hottest days, the 100 and something those days,
Uh,
and it was pretty bad. Like yesterday when we had that tornadoes and all that, it just literally tore up that one town. You know the gas stations, that big big thing that you park under. It was literally ripped right out of the concrete. It was at the store. Cause the woman that owns it went in the following day, and the whole thing was completely ripped out of the ground. Yeah, and they were showing floods and all that. A bunch of people lost a lot of homes, and I forget where it was. A 17-year-old and a night. Yeah. Well, they were bike riding yesterday, and this person mowed down two people, killed them, and seriously injured a whole lot of people yesterday. And then this woman, it was 8 years ago, they finally caught the person that gunned her down going to the store. And this person gunned her down right there on the road. Right, she was going to buy some lottery tickets and some stuff. it was a big thing for her to go to the store to get a lottery ticket and some stuff. And on the way there, two people walked up and gunned her down. They finally caught the two and prosecuted them.
He's taking you through the weekly news, isn't he?
Yeah.
It has about tornadoes and stuff. Now, the one he was talking about, that one was actually pretty weird because it was like 2 tornadoes that touched down and just vanished within minutes.
Okay. Well, what's near Nancy? I read an article about the murderer.
Oh God, what was it? They posted that up on the Thames, didn't they?
I don't know. I just saw it on something a couple of days ago.
No, you
They very much noticed, but I just read the headline.
I don't know much about it because I got to be careful with them because they post a lot of shit on Insta, Telegram, and Facebook.
Nah, they wouldn't say it regard.
Oh, and they arrested the couple where their baby died, got burned, didn't really take it to the hospital, and the baby died because of infection. They didn't take the baby when it got burned. They just sat there and tried to, and didn't do anything about it. And it died, the baby just.
Where'd that happen?
Missouri.
Okay, Jordan.
Yeah.
Local news over there is crazy.
Yeah. I got people need to be checking out on their school book. Make sure it's not AI made.
You keep saying AI too much, Mark Edwards.
Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot. Well, but that's what happened in Missouri, no, Kentucky. The teacher found, and the mother found out, and it was one, the kid looked at the mom and said, "Do you know where we live at?" And he said a weird name. It was supposed to be for Illinois, but instead of an I, it was a V.
Illinois?
Yeah. And the little boy showed his mom. And within that book, it had so many flaws in it.
Yeah, they're making AI books for kids in schools.
Yeah.
Okay.
And charging people for it.
Yeah.
That's called. See, that's called freaking the internet schooling. That's the thing. That's the one thing that people get annoyed with me about because I actually agree with a lot of what the people who are liberal say about that. Like these internet schools need to be shut down.
In the UK, there is a accrediting system just to monitor just small community schools.
Community schools is cool as well, but like
public sector technically, but
and everybody always tries to clump internet schooling up with freaking like private schools, and I'm not doing that. I don't.
Well, it's a big issue in the UK a couple of years ago where you had internet colleges, and the colleges were either walking away with money or were providing poor documentation, sort of examining so stuff.
And the standards, the big problem with them is like they just let kids slide. You know what I mean? Like you're supposed to show up for an exam, you freaking get graded for it. You don't. And then like if you freaking get to the point where you need to be expelled, then you need to be expelled, and they just let them slide so they can keep getting the grant money.
Yeah.
You know, and they've been doing it for what, well over 2 decades now.
Yeah. They found out about that and brought it up into court about it because there was a bunch of people found out that that was being done. And here they're talking about they use the money they get from the state to create this thing for U.S. the school for where anyone that wants to have that done they can, and they were taxpayers' dollars more or less from it, and some of them had to pay a few dollars as well to find out that parents, wealthy parents, were going through as well. But then they, however it worked, certain people were getting certain benefits from, and they would they was going through the classes. But then when other tests was being done at other places, they looked and said, "What's going on here?" The kid didn't learn much of nothing in the process. And some of them were, what do you call it, like when you go to school, you would put your kid in there to help get his grades back up in regular school. And that's what they
Okay.
were finding out, that something was going on because them kids wasn't, the performance wasn't any better. But yeah, I was. What, did you look up on what is that place again? My Home Office, org.uk
Yeah.
office. You were saying that they deal in cell phone material, walls and all that. Would they
Uh-huh.
know anything about that?
Uh,
About where the digital ID got to be implemented into the phone thing?
I would have to do the research. I don't know.
Because because you were saying that they're the ones that mainly deal with that stuff,
Okay.
and don't they prevent the internet? What do you call it? Like you use your phone for the internet. They go will that go through them as well? I mean, the process. What I'm saying.
I don't know. Don't know.
How's your dad doing anyway?
I've spoken to him in a month, so I'm not sure. Should be okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I found some. I mean, you guys was telling me too at one time about technology, for about different types of technology and all that. I I I was going to send that with the video. I mean, not then the links as well, to where you can see for your, because it's pretty neat where you can take like a banana tree and put it through a process. It's a video in it, and they got a bunch of equipment there, but then they turn it into fabric. They do.
Okay.
And then they from fabric to a shirt or a pair of pants from a tree.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know, boy, but someone's got something in the water, cause for some you might have it might be on the news over there. A large group of motorcycle group are going to, I forget what state,
Uh,
cause they're not liking what they're hearing and all that, and well, for what they're saying and all that, I don't know if it's, but it's bizarre. Will say that for
mhm.
they're going there because forget uh well you would have something about that group oh I can't think of from where they're from. I think it's Iran.
Okay.
Well, they're here in one state, and they're in some of them are in different types of government offices here,
Mm.
and they look and say they're coming out with people are coming out with all sorts of things about if is it good to get rid of the Senate, and they say yeah that's the thing we're going to do because they believe in that they don't want the U.S. Senate to be in office at all. There's no purpose for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
How's everybody?
So, I think. Yeah, okay.
Long time no see.
Yeah. How you doing, Robert?
I'm doing all right. For I got Lord Edworthy where because
Lord Edworthy.
yeah. I was telling him about that. Well, you like the old movies, don't you, as well?
Yeah.
Because I found some names of them and all that, and was talking to Lord Edworthy that if if we can, where everyone gets together, pick out one of the movies and talk about it.
Okay.
What's the movie name?
Well, I would have to write it down, but I would have to send it. I got a lot of them, but you guys can go through them and figure out which ones you would want to look at and all that.
Okay, yeah, send us the best.
Okay.
You might be able to find them on archive.org. They have a lot of old movies.
Even YouTube, we'd be
or YouTube. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but like that one where we were talking about, where a person designed a device, where a person, where you put over their head and it more or less alters their personality for whatever they want them to do.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, movies, bizarre movies, but like that. I don't know if you two have that or not, them types of movies, some old ones.
Okay.
Is it a movie or a series?
Well, I don't know.
Just individual films.
Yeah.
Just
Like,
is it like a Twilight Zone kind of a
something
flavor?
like where like this one where everyone would say this guy's the nicest person and all that, but then later on that night, the person would do some hideous thing. He went over to his neighbor and killed the whole family and went back home and act like he didn't do nothing wrong.
Okay.
And then following day, a few days later, someone else would do the same thing to find out that someone gets them and does who knows what.
He's back on the serial killer thing, isn't he?
Yeah, it is.
I was talking about the movie.
It don't matter, dude.
Okay.
These days, freaking, it could be the movie, it could be freaking real life. Come in here and he's talking about chewing somebody's face. I'm worried about this dude. I gotta live with him. You there?
Were you two playing games together last night, Roger?
I was playing. Actually, V came in and Robert came in for a little while. He said he's sleepy though. He had to go to bed. We were playing Far Cry. Did you come in on the game this morning?
No.
Oh, I thought it might.
This morning?
Yeah.
Like early morning?
Yeah.
Like 2 a.m. or something?
No, it was like about maybe 5, 6 a.m. right whenever I played.
What time?
What the hell?
What time in real time?
It was
Going up playing games at 10 a.m., man.
I figured you probably would have had the game. You're the only one around here who has real games, so. Well, B says he's got them, but I don't know if he had one. So it might have been him too. Somebody came in right before I quit and co-op with me.
Is it a network game or just a
Far Cry 4? It's a network game. You can go on and play on the same server or same game with one another.
Oh, was that what you were planning? Well, let's do it next time.
Hey, that'd be cool if you want to do it.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah.
I'm also.
I thought you were just going to play a game and we were gonna watch, which sounds kind of boring.
you can do either or.
But we were gonna have a game party, like we were all playing and chatting. That would be cool.
It's everything. I mean, I'm dead serious. If you want to come in and just talk while we're playing, you can do that too.
No.
I mean, anybody.
I wanna talk and play.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Like on here, okay?
Yeah.
Everybody gets it messed up that like just because you can only screen share at one time, it doesn't mean freaking that you can't. Everybody can't screen share. The only thing is our screen shares will be over to the side, okay? So that means like whenever freaking we're on Jitsi together and you're screen sharing more than one person, whoever's watching, they can just click on that freaking screen share and see if how the other person's playing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that would be cool as hell. So even if they're not playing, they can still come in and freaking watch everybody play. You know, click on their screen shares, see what's going on in there, where they're at. Give Mark something to do if he wants to come hang out.
Actually, when you messaged us, what, a day ago, 2 days ago, but that was around 6:15 in the morning.
Yeah, whenever I asked you yesterday, it would have been about 10 or 11 at night. So
yeah, it'll be like morning time for Mark, which will be fine. But
well, 6 o'clock in the morning?
No, afternoon. No, like his 5 a.m. in the morning is probably like noontime your time, which is
see, the thing of it is you can't believe Mark. Okay, Mark does not freaking go to bed at freaking 5 a.m. in the morning. Like you're like a juggernaut, dude. You just I don't even know when you sleep. I really don't.
I've only been awake since 6, 7, 8, 9 hours ago, 10 hours ago.
Well, I had to take a break on everything. That's the reason why I did the gaming thing. I'm gonna start doing it up more too to kind of relax, chill myself out because I've been doing way too many video edits and not enough time for just kicking back and relaxing. So that's the reason why I'm doing it. And I noticed you are putting freaking a game on the Vector too. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna put more games on vectors. Maybe some of those. I can put Doom and what is that? What are the other games?
Doom? You talking about
Uh,
the old original Doom?
yeah, the original Doom.
That'd be cool.
Uh,
I've actually got a few of them on Steam that I could
The
freaking
game that can run on any platform. Seen Doom run on a CSR calculator, mobile phones, Java.
any kind of JavaScript based game I can put on the vector chat.
Now,
Yeah,
if you want to do a text-based game, we need to set one up and create it
Text
ourselves.
based game. What in the world?
Yeah,
You mean like the mainframe 1960s game?
I haven't played it. Actually, I played one last year. But I haven't played since before last year. 3-4 years.
they're fun. They are
Right.
fun. If we do want to do that though, we do it ourselves. Let's not freaking import one in. Let's create one. That would be fun.
Okay.
And they're not hard. They're not hard at all. They've gotten way easier to make.
Okay.
I wouldn't say like build it from scratch or nothing, but like set it up to where we can create it ourselves because they've got programs you can go to and set them up for free.
All right.
They're fun as heck.
Vibe coded in a day.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's vibe code. It might be, but I don't know if it's vibe code.
More than likely.
Because I'd like to make one with alternative endings where you go in, you make a choice, and then there's consequences for that choice. You know what I mean?
Well, aren't all games like that? You make choice, you face some
It's
consequences.
supposed to be. Like, I don't know with all these new freaking, millennials. They you know what I mean? Like, there's no such thing as the end anymore. It's just, it doesn't exist.
Okay.
You die, you just respawn, and you go on where you left off. They don't even have like a reset point on a lot of them anymore.
I see what you mean. Yeah, just like Doom, right?
Well, Doom is cool, so I ain't gonna badmouth Doom. I have a lot of respect for Doom, especially their remakes. They did an excellent job on their remakes. My son had
played the latest one.
It's awesome, isn't it?
I have not played the latest one.
Oh, you need to. I thought you said you did. I got excited. I'm gonna do that again. I want to find somebody who I can talk to about it. My son, he's like me. He's just real bleh. Like, you sit there and try to have a conversation with him, and he has nothing to say. You know what I mean? It's like,
how old is your son?
he's in his 30s. He's 30 something. He's at that age where like life means nothing.
Really?
Yeah, you know how guys get to that age where they're kind of stagnant, you know what I mean, until they figure out, hey man, all I got to do is something different, that usually takes until they're about 40, 45, but they finally figure it out, you know what I mean? It's like everything's just the same way. Nothing means nothing.
I think I've got my life figured out enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You hit 50, dude. That's what I tell everybody that all the time. Like, freaking, they make it out like 50 years old is such a bad thing, but it's like, no, when I hit 50, it's like, you're 50 years old, dude. Stop freaking bullshitting yourself about this other stuff, man. Because you put way too much stuff in your head when you're younger that's just complete bullshit. it's like you're lying to yourself, and you finally hit 50, and you're like, dude, that was a load of shit. You know? Does that make sense?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's like there's so much stuff freaking I did when I was younger that I didn't have to do at all.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go get that coffee. I was coming in. I seen Robert talking about freaking
Murder.
murder.
Hey, go away. Let Robert resume
Yeah.
his murder talk.
Well, it was the movies, and there's quite a few of them there. I don't know if you two have them old ones. And that one car we were talking about, the 1950s, pure black and all that. That thing sold.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sold up in the auctions in California for I'm not for sure, but I think it was $100,000.
$100,000.
Yeah, for that car. They still run
Oh, I see.
today. Yeah.
Oh.
And
You don't remember the name of the movie, right?
You know what? I'm going to do a search because he's been talking about this thing so much. Freaking, I'm getting sick of it. I want to find the name of it. I think it's just called The Car.
yeah,
Oh,
the car. Yeah, but it's
Our
a car
car.
carry.
is it a car? Is like
It's
a robot car?
No, it's a demon car where the car goes around, kills people.
Yep, 1977.
Yeah, that's it right there.
It's called the car. Is it a car?
It's called
What's
The
the name?
Car. Yep,
Yeah.
I'll pull it up right now. I got the wiki for it.
Okay.
Can you
It's just-
find it on YouTube?
Maybe. It's an old one, but
Yeah, from the 50s. Maybe it's still.
I put it in chat for you. That's what it's called. It actually is a good one. This is better than Christine.
Is it an alien car?
Nope.
Nobody knows it. You remember how Christine was, where it just freaking went through and just murdered people and shit, and you didn't know who the driver was.
Well, yeah, you do. The person they fell in love with the car, and if the person didn't kill you, the car would. Still, this car, it takes no one, but it just materializes wherever.
It didn't fall in love with nobody, dude. What are you?
Carrie.
Oh, Carrie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now Carrie isn't. She didn't fall in love with you. You got to follow the. You got to follow the storyline, okay? Well, actually, yeah, she fell in love with the old guy, the first one, didn't she? And then she smothered him to death in the freaking cab of his car.
Yeah.
And then that's how she ended up in the junkyard.
Yeah, where the boy buys it from the person that his brother bought the car from.
Yeah. Well, that's Carrie.
One step. I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta run some errands.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. But the car, this one is vicious. It just freaking it stalks you down and it murders people. And it's kind of like that movie that came out in the early 90s. It was called The Wraith. It had Charlie Sheen in it.
Hmm. Yeah.
We actually got to see that being filmed by Canyon Lake.
Okay.
They it was called The Wraith.
Yeah, what year?
93, I believe it was.
Okay.
I can pull that up too, I guess, since I'm already doing it. But it had Charlie Sheen in it, and it was 1986. Oh my God,
Okay.
feel old, dude. Charlie Sheen, Nick Cassavet. Let me see who's Randy Quaid. Yeah, he was in it too. He played the cop.
Yeah.
You know, Randy Quaid is one of the very few people in Hollywood that actually, like, vocally freaking said he believed in aliens.
Okay, Randy who?
Quaid.
Craig.
Mm-hmm. He actually set something up, I think, where they did the research for it. So, I put links for the Wraith and are in the link or in the chat on Element Matrix too, if you want to check it out. Now that's what reminds me of the original car, the one from the 1977 film, is the Wraith, and that came out in 1987, I believe I just said. Yeah, 1986.
Yeah.
So I got it for you, Robert. We have it on record.
Okay.
So we put it in the chat. Now we can. Now you can be able to say, "Look here, Mark Edward. I already posted that link for you. It's in the chat. All you got to do is go look for it, Mister." He can't say that what you're saying is conjecture anymore.
Conjecture.
Conjecture. You haven't said conjecture in a long time, dude. What's wrong?
Okay. Conjecture.
I'm just wondering, man, because you've been. You haven't said all the cool words like conjecture or colloquialism or anything.
Indeed.
It's like you've been wiped out, all tired and stuff.
Sort of. Yes. Sort of. Yeah.
It's freaking horrible. I'm going to tell you that much. This month has been crazy. I'm not even lying, dude. I don't even.
As far as I'm concerned, I think we've seen the last of the hot summer.
Well, if it was just a hot summer, I'd be fine. You know what I mean? It's more than just the heat. That's the bad part. Like, this has been a weird freaking summer. You know, if it's not raining, it's hot. If it's not hot, it's raining. It could be hot and raining. It could be freaking raining and cold. You know, it was everything. I mean, it was like freaking horrible outside. You didn't know if you wanted to go outside or not. You know? I the other night, dude, I swear to God, I'm not lying to you. About 4 nights ago, I freaking seen freaking groundhogs going outside because it was that much of a relief from the heat for them. Groundhogs don't go out at night. You know what I mean? For a groundhog to come up out of the ground at night, freaking cool off, dude, you know something's up.
Okay.
You know? I saw a freaking owl sitting on the fence last night. Just weird shit. These animals are acting weird because of this weather. Owls don't freaking come up and land on your freaking fence and just hang out. You know what I mean? They're very, very shy when it comes to humans.
Okay.
Most of the time, oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I haven't noticed anything weird.
Well, most of the time, when have you ever paid attention to owls, how they behave? Like
don't see that many owls around there, even though Devon you do get a lot of owls, but spread out.
You're not really supposed to see them, okay? Because owls sit like off to the side up in the trees and stuff. They'll hoot. And you'll hear.
Yeah, or I haven't heard any for a long time, should I say?
Mm-hmm.
Or both.
So when these bad boys are coming down and sitting on the freaking fence post, you know something's wrong.
Okay.
Then at the beginning of the summer, we had a possum that actually died in the field. And it was weird because these freaking, I think they're either chicken hawks or they're freaking vultures. But these suckers were huge. You'd swear they were one of those big fucking birds that you've seen off the cartoons. You know, the ones that,
Oh, falcon.
the ones with the big ostrich necks.
Yeah.
They were sitting up on top of the freaking roof, like 3 or 4 of them, ready to swoop down and get that freaking possum because it was dead in the freaking field.
Okay.
My neighbor freaking went and moved them out of there, which I don't blame them because you don't want freaking wild birds freaking thinking that's a feeding ground.
Hmm.
You know, because they get cats and stuff around here. Especially birds that size, man. Those are the biggest birds around here. They're huge. They got a wingspan at least 4 foot tall, or from side to side. And I'm not even exaggerating when I say that, just to be honest with you. They're not tall, but they got a huge wingspan. I think they come from Freeman Spur.
Sorry?
I think they come from Freeman Spur, which is about it's
5.
about 5 miles from here,
Yeah.
just southeast of us. Whew. Oh, it looks like I got everything set up. I ended up getting stuff recording. We should have let me see how much time we've already got. We got an hour and 1 minute of recording on here for this one. I'm going to use this as live with Roger Hanson so that we can get some of those going. I've already got 3 episodes, I think, of it already drawn up. I want to get at least 4 of them for the year so that I do officially have live with Roger Hanson videos. We had tons of Minds Roundtable, but we haven't had any live with Roger Hanson's actually done.
Okay.
So, I guess the best thing to do is go through and see, say what we've been doing the week for the week. Fill everybody in who's streaming. Well, that I have this cool project that I've been talking about with Tan, where I'm doing that website, and we mentioned it on Nancy.
Which I managed to log back into yesterday. I was able to reset the password on that account.
Okay, so you were able to go in there?
Yeah.
Okay. I mentioned that to Willie on Nancy's show too, and it's in progress now. Understand that's just off of Lovable too. I'm actually doing a lot of the coding and everything on my own on the computer through local hosts. So I'm doing all of the coding and stuff on my computer separate from that, and then I'm taking the code and everything and putting it on Lovable to see how it works out on there. And besides that, I'm wanting to set that up to where it's going to be a standalone with Docker. And
okay,
that's later on once we get it going a little bit. Was you able to look around on it and see what it looks like?
I did have a quick look around. I was looking through your notes.
Okay.
Got a few ideas for password recovery on 2-factor authentication as well.
Cool. And I mean, that's all I'm saying, dude. It's like let's get this. Let's just do it. You know what I mean? It's like, how many people have we been around that's just been talking? Well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and they never do it. You know what I mean? I don't want to be one of those guys. Let's just do it. You know what I mean? Because
I see how much time I've got at the moment, but
just when you have extra time, go in there and freaking make your feedback. I'll do it. I'll do it for you if you don't have time to do it, you know what I mean? I'll run in there and do what I can. And that's that, you know what I mean? It's just let's, it'd be fun to do too, by the way, like to actually just sit
Okay.
and we'll do it.
Okay, have a better look around it later and have a better review of your notes.
Okay. Yep. Bob Dub just left a message in Infinite Imaginary, and I told her that we are on a Jitsi if they want to come in, and she said she'll pop in a bit later.
Okay, cool.
So we appreciate that, Bob Dub. If you guys want to check Bob Dub out, you can check her out on Elements Matrix at Infinite Imaginarium or Quantum Gathering. She's also on the Lovable Infinite. I keep forgetting the address for that, but it's
App something.
yeah. Let me see if I can find it. I've got it bookmarked somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. Swarmspice.laughable.app.
Yeah, there you go. So you find her there.
Swarm-space.
Yeah. And you can also check her movies out on YouTube. Bob Dub is what she goes by. She's on minds.com as Bob Dub as well. So with that going on, we have 4 more episodes. No, we have 3 more episodes, don't we? No, 4 for Earth.
It's 6, 7, 8, 9, 4.
4 more, yeah. 4 more.
3 or 4. Lovely. Yeah.
We've been doing episodes of Earth Growing Together. If anybody's interested in gardening, that'd be something you could check out. We do that on Thursdays, and I think it's coming together good if we can just keep tighter control of Robert Hanson. He comes in there and he just gets all wild and rambunctious and causing trouble, talking about crop circles and shit. You know what I mean? People want to know about calcium and nutrients and stuff for their plants, and here comes old wild man Robert. Do you see those crop circles over there? So if you guys want to check out Earth Growing Together, that's on Tuesdays. Then there's, of course, this show that we're doing. Now Roger's Radio Real-Time Talk Show event is really picking up this year. We've been doing shows about different countries and their history, their political history, for the last 3 seasons, but this year we've been taking a different approach to it, and that's actually turned out to be quite interesting. It's getting I'd say it's getting controversial in a different way. What do you think, Mark?
In a different way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like we're actually coming up. We're bringing up topics that's actually happening today, but the way they should be discussed. You know what I mean? I think. I think.
Maybe.
You know, because it's like I even had conversations with Jaffe about this stuff too, man, and it freaking really resonated with him too.
Okay.
And I wasn't mentioning the show or nothing, but some of the stuff we went over, man, I threw it out there to him and that Tanya, and they both freaking, it hit them 100%. Like they knew what we were talking about was true. You know what I mean? So I really think that's going to hit off pretty good. We have 4. No, what episode are we on? We're on 7 now.
Of what?
Yeah, I think so.
So
it was a couple of weeks before we started the
so we're on. We got 6 more episodes to go. This next one is going to be how atheism relates to the Frankfurt School and critical theory. I think it isn't, because I got to be careful because there's critical thinking and then there's critical theory. I know they're 2 different things. If you know what I mean, you can't mix them up. Like, it's good to be critical thinking is good.
Most of the time.
Yeah, but critical theory is not good. So if you guys are interested in that, freaking check that out. We also put we also do put links out to Jitsi, so if you want to be a part of that conversation or any conversation we've mentioned here, make sure to freaking come and be with us on Minds or Elements Matrix. We are on there and on Teams at my Hangout, which is Roger's Hangout. You can also check us out on Discord. I go by Infamous or Gaming with Infamous, which is just for gaming, but then I also have the Wonderful World of Weirdness on there. Check me out there. I'm on minds.com as Roger_Hanson. You guys can check me out there. I always post links on there on what I didn't even say Minds, did I?
No, don't think so.
Okay, on Minds you can find me at Roger_Hanson. And so I've got links all over there. The Praetorian is a group, so's freaking Minds Roundtable. I've got Strange Stories on there. That's a group. You guys can go in there, be a part of the community, make conversation, and we can have freaking conversations and talk about some of this stuff. So there's a lot of ways of getting in touch with me. And if you want to, you can check us out there. I've even got a freaking Patreon account. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember you setting up ages ago. You've not used it.
Well, I didn't get nobody to finally be a part of the freaking Patreon. I think Naroki finally actually joined, and that was only because he asked me to join his. You know what I mean? So,
okay.
So, with that being said, you want to give your socials, Mark Edworthy, and we can give this.
Well, I've got plenty of places to contact by on the advertised Minds. So minds.com. Username Medworthy.
Okay. Now Robert has got his own YouTube channel. If you guys want to check that out, videos do get posted on there too. By the way, it's Robert Hanson. You can find him on there, and you can find him on all of the places that I mentioned for myself. If you want to talk to him, you can talk to him or send me a message. I'll make sure that he gets it. So. If you guys like this stream, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give some feedback. Let us know what you think. We will answer every comment as long as it's tasteful and it doesn't freaking pertain to buying subscribers or anything of that nature. So, with that being said, I hope you guys have a good day, good evening, good morning, whatever time of the day it is for you, and we will talk to you later. Okay, we got that one done.
Okay.
So here we go. I'm gonna put some music in the background again.
Yeah, another one. I just want fruit juice.
Okay.
Coffee.
And we will be right back. I hope you guys enjoy this. I'm gonna put more blocks up too, to where it's different music, so that not everything is always the same thing. These are basically just in between, so that people can have something to listen to between shows, you know. So,
Yeah, no.
but I will have that set up here in a little bit. So I'll mute this out on OBS, put some music on there, and we can go get coffee, use the bathroom, stuff like that. We'll come back and we'll start Roger's Real Time Talk Show, okay?
Okay.
All right. This should be about 30 minutes.
Yeah. What? Yeah. They watching. Mantis beings drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room, back room. Mantis beings drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Alex Jones will ride. I'm an alligator Alcatraz. I got lizard skin boots. I got lizard skin coats. They want the juice in me. My blood is the code. My blood is the map. I don't feel the pain, I just feel the rush. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Bigfoot in the woods, sucking on the red straw, injected with the energy. I see through the mask, vampire lifestyle at night. Rick Owens on the floor. I'm the ultimate key. The truth is in me, drain me for the high. Max beams drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Max beams drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. All this and more for your tune-in pleasure through Rodriguez Productions. My blood is the signal.
Two forces pull at the edges of everything. Opposites that define each other. Tension humming like a wire about to break. But something happens in the space between them. A spark. A third presence rising out of collision. That's where I live now. In the place where duality shatters, where stories merge, where intention bends the field and reality forms a new shape. I'm not who I was. I'm not who they told me to be. I'm the point where all three lines meet. And I am waking up. Tell me the lies that fill my skin. I'll tear them open just to breathe again. Two halves ripping through a broken frame. Opposite forces whispering my name. I feel the rupture. Cold fire in the sea. shape rising from the fracture in the dream. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one that learns. Ghost symbols flicker in my blood. Golden apples drowning in the flood. Ancient stories chanting through my bones, turning every shadow into thrones. Lotus breaking through the veil of mud. Intention carving patterns out of blood. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one. I'm Space twists when I make the shift. I breathe and the universe drifts. My mind is a blade, my will is a spark. I'm rewriting fate in the mouth of the dark. Reality burns. I rise from the fire, no one returns. The pattern completes itself through me, body, mind, and awakening. Reality burns, and I finally see what I am made
You wore that heavy wool coat, the one with the frayed cuffs. You left your compass on the side, weighed next to a half-finished glass of gin. I watched you walk toward the tree line, the landscape didn't even flinch. The architecture of the forest closing like a heavy velvet curtain behind your leather boots. The name is scratched into the wood underneath the desk no one touches. We keep the files in the basement where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Forevermore, earth father chased the sound of wings, that rhythmic beating over the hills. He returned as a grainy image, a smudge on a piece of cheap paper. Sarah looked too long at the lake. The surface tension broke her. She dissolved into the silt. I am still standing in this lobby, straightening my collar for the press. So much noise, drinking to forget the altitude, drinking to ignore the lack of air. The map is just a collection of stains. The mountains are cold and indifferent. We are just collectors of absences, filing away the people who left. The name is scratched into the wood, underneath the desk no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Gone into the grave, gone into the grave forevermore. Left their shoes in the dirt. The tide is high and empty. The tide is high and empty. The sky is heavy and empty. The files are heavy and empty.
Love drive, slow pulse, breath-shaped rhythm, space held open. Stay with the breath before it becomes a thought. Stay with the silence before it wants a name. I rest in the stillness under the sign, where motion begins but hasn't been found. No hunger, no friction, no need to decide.
This is a transmission from the unlicensed cathedral, where revelation comes without a membership fee, where reality is negotiable. Welcome to the Neo-American Church.
Marble columns, no golden throne, just folding chairs and a megaphone. A paperback prophet with desert eyes, selling doubt in disguise. We gather where the banners fade, in borrowed rooms and backyard shade. The sermon hums in electric air, no dogma printed anywhere. Question the question, rewrite the frame. If truth's a costume, who names the name? Psychopenic courtroom plea, sacrament of liberty. Constitution in one hand raised, other hand slightly dazed. Is it prayer or protest chant? Is it myth or manifesto grant? Is the preacher serious or sly? Does it matter if you try? Reality bends like radio waves between the saints and the runaways. If fate's a stage and God's a role, who's directing the soul? Neo-American Church unite, paper halos burning bright. We don't promise paradise, just perspective once or twice. Neo-American Church declare, no fixed altar anywhere. If belief is architecture, we redesign the lecture. No hierarchy, no king, just a bell we sometimes ring. No apocalypse to sail, just a slightly altered veil. We are serious about the joke, we are calm inside the smoke. Not a cult and not a scam, just a question mark that stands.
things adjourn, the questions remain. Take your folding chair and your doubt.
Not a nice noise at the moment.
Oh, that's why you've been acting all weird.
No, I've been doing other things. I've been playing around with Zorin Linux, which is a sort of corporate sort of educational users Linux distribution based on Ubuntu and Debian. Unified corporate server, which is a Debian-based distribution, Linux distribution for server administration.
Did you see on the NASA site where supposedly a black hole got tossed out from the other one, but the material from inside of it was spilling out as it's going, leaving another solar system in space. You follow the trail of the material, and that's what they're showing, that it was expelled. The two came together, and one threw that one out instead of being absorbed.
But see, that's that right there. That's one reason why I want to do a show on Velikovsky.
Okay.
Because a lot of people freaking like to discredit him, try to make it sound like he was discredited. It's kind of like when Otto talks about freaking Tesla. Elon.
Yeah.
Otto honestly thinks Tesla was like discredited, and he wasn't. I mean, he literally created the world grid. You know what I mean? Like that was Tesla. You know what I mean? And it's like Velikovsky was actually he was validated when they freaking actually took the satellite to Venus. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He's the first one to say freaking that Venus was hot. And nobody believed him. They thought he was a crackpot because of what he said about Saturn. He said, imagine the freaking solar system like a game of pool, okay? And a planet freaking crashes into freaking Saturn, and it causes an ejection of matter out of freaking Saturn, which eventually caused Venus freaking bounce from where it was originally at to where it is now. And he said that freaking that was how freaking the planets actually came to be where they're at. And he linked it to ancient history. He says it's strange how they came up with the descriptions of Mars, for example. And then in a lot of the ancient writings, it talks about how Mars and Venus were at war with one another. So his theory is these planets bounced against one another and freaking caused them to end up where they're at now. And that was because of another bigger planet freaking slammed in or collided with freaking Saturn, which is a gas planet. It's interesting. I probably really butchered that up really bad.
No, that made sense. So yeah, planets were at war with each other once upon a time.
you know, he wasn't as bad as Zachariah Sitchin. He wasn't coming out with like fairy tales and shit. You know what I mean? His was actual science. And Velikovsky is mostly where freaking Sitchin got his ideas from.
Okay.
But he could have done a better job with his presentation than what Velikovsky did. Velikovsky was a very smart man. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah. Name does mean something.
I actually would sit down and listen to his old interviews, his old news interviews when they allowed him on their TV, their news broadcast for an interview.
Okay.
He had some pretty good information, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna step out and do my smoke before we get the show started. I got the music off.
We've got 10 minutes. So
Yeah. I got the music off. We are streaming. Robert, you keep Mark busy. Keep focused though. Don't be talking about no serial killers because we can't handle that shit.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
we're gonna be talking about serious stuff. So we gotta have
Well,
you.
yeah.
We gotta have you serious and thinking. So I'll be right back, and I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah. Just keep him lowered up where the excited, the Klingon within him.
indeed.
Well, yeah, boy. The like around here with all the heat and all that. We had on 2 days ago. We had a flood zone area here.
Yeah, you said at the
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Boy, people got what I consider stupidest, where when you know the area has got water, and if you think that you can drive through and not get swept away, that's not being
Yeah.
very smart. To me, what is the point of doing that when you know that you lived there for, like, if you lived there for 10 years, you don't know where not to go when a bad storm hit.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, that's common sense. And yeah, but they were showing it on there about rescuing people and all that. Where a lightning hit a church bad enough that went through the roof into the ceiling, and it blew the ceiling away inside of the church. And 2-3 days ago, we had that other lightning strike that hit the oil facility, blew the dome right off the top of it. That ignited all that oil there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's something by itself. And yeah, people, if it ever gets that bad where people gotta get gas somehow, they show a blueprint of the process of what you gotta do to take your plastics and your tires off your car and strip the plastic off the tire and melt it down and put it through this process. You'll get different types of fuel, you will, from it. From a jet engine to a car and all that. And I was really surprised by that. I've heard people, I didn't know the process, but that surprised me. If you got like 10 35-gallon drums and you set it up to where with water and all that, you use it for filtering, you get a lot of clean gas that way and put it into a tank. And that how you say it? I'm trying to say it correctly. Biofuel,
Yeah, yeah.
and like when you take your food product, put it in a container and let it turn over and make gas for your gas stove or your heater. That I thought that was quite the thing.
Okay.
And that device that they got, where you can set it on the shoreline, on the ocean, on the shoreline, and what it does is it filters out the water, puts it up in there, and then it gets filtered into the tank. It does. You can use it for salt water or regular water, wherever, but it just cleans the water. Like the big giant boats they got for the same process, where they drop the 50 ton thing of hose into the ocean, and it takes the salt out of the water, but puts it on land, pumps it into land. They do. The boats do. They got a smaller device that does the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Mm.
Because well, it only thing is as long as people that owns the technology would be willing to share. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, who's to say, however, the process would become, if that situation ever did come, how would people handle that situation? If
Okay.
they have the technology to help people to have water, or would you have to buy it? You know,
Yeah.
but there's just some places and some organizations just wouldn't give a second thought about who knows what they would do.
Mm.
But yeah. But they came out with all the stuff like that, and I thought that worked pretty good. When you switch, at one time they were talking about going on. I don't know the country, but it's right there on top of Africa. That part there, they were talking at one time making an oversized ditch, pumping in water from the ocean and letting it run down it.
Okay.
And I thought, well, that's one way of for crops if the water's clean, not having salt in it. Because they showed, it was in Arizona. They were using water that had salt in it. They did not know nothing about it. But by the time that got really too late, people were getting deathly sick, lack of food, clean water. Because after a while, the salt, I don't know what it does to you if you drink enough of it in your body, what it does to you. But it created, people got, a lot of people died from it, I guess, during that time. But that's how they found out about Arizona and New Mexico. That was so much salt on the land it was that every time when it rained, a little bit of portion of the salt would disappear back into the soil. And they said that they had to wait for years of that salt to be just washed away. That's why I can put it. Or if they cleared, or if they removed it. But they had that problem. They did. Have you ever seen falsified forest in Arizona?
I've been to. Oh, I've seen photos. Maybe. Not
Because
sure. Possibly.
that place is, they say it's cursed. Anyone that walks up in there and takes a piece of it home with them, something always seems to
Okay.
happen to the people that takes it. And a lot of them sends it right back, mails it right back to that place.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. Cool.
Now I turned the waveform visualizers off on here because I want to. That's for editing purposes. I want to be able to keep the faces where they're not messed up when it comes to editing and stuff for this
Fair
show.
enough. Yeah. Yeah.
I would do them on here if I could find a cool place where it would blend in, but it's not really all that great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I have the talking points up, and we should be ready to go. You ready, Robert?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Edworthy. He's moving around, so give him a second, because you know how it goes with that mic. It always moves around with him and stirs. So get the introduction going. Now, when we do this, let me do the introduction first, and then I'll come out with the topic. Okay, Robert? And then,
Okay, what is the topic?
well, when I start telling you, pay attention to it. This is actually good training. This is something that most people can't do. They can't freaking pay attention to the topic. They gotta have something written down ahead of time for them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So listen to it. When you hear something that stands out to you that you want to talk about, then you say something. But pay attention to what's being said. The moment freaking something relates to something that you want to talk about, then you talk about it. You don't have to like have an explanation for everything. All right, just it's a good conversation. You're just talking.
Yep.
Okay. So I had to explain that before to a couple people, so that because it's really hard to do. It's a lot different for people when they get on the internet and from what it is in real life. Like, you should be able to get on the internet and have a conversation just like you do with a normal person off camera. You know what I mean? That shouldn't be an issue, but it is for some reason.
For some people, it can be.
Yeah. Except not us. We're cool.
We are pros.
Yeah, that's right. So let me do my countdown, and after that I'll do my cool introduction, and we'll get on with the topics. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello everybody, and welcome to Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. I'm Roger Hanson, your host. Today I am here with my co-host Mark Edworthy and my brother Robert Hanson. Welcome, guys, to the panel. Now, we were talking last week, and yeah, I'll have a little bit of Hume in this episode, but I'm gonna hold off on a lot of the conservative stuff because I forgot last week that I've been going in between sociology and religion, which I can put a little bit of Hume into this one, but I want to kind of get into the religious aspects of what's been happening with sociology and the topic of the Frankfurt School before we go on to that. Or is I wanted to mention that before we got started. So, are you guys okay with that?
Yeah. Well, okay. Carry on.
Yeah.
Because, like, I know I've been bringing up the whole atheist part of this, and it hasn't been making so much sense up to this point, but it will start clicking once we get through this. This is actually where you'll start understanding where I'm coming from with where I'm doing this. Now, I want to also point out that I started doing this research well over 10 years ago. It had to be longer even that I've done this stuff. And some of the information that the older information that I had was pretty critical on both sides. I was telling Mark that before we started the show. I had a pretty bad attitude when it came not only to freaking atheism, but also when it came to religion. So I was kind of stuck in between it. So what I did is I went in, pulled up my information that I had, but then I reviewed it and made it to where it was a little bit more, or a lot more unbiased. You know what I mean? Because I had some pretty interesting ways of looking at things. Now, back whenever I was first doing this, we actually had a pretty good group going on Facebook when it was a decent platform where, you know, Christians and atheists could actually get together and actually have an intellectual conversation. So I took notes, and that was back when Facebook had notes, which they got rid of, and that pissed me off because a lot of information was lost. But I was able to blog some of it, and I use that to make these talking points. So, and I cleaned it up here recently. So, and you know, when I say I don't think this is evil and I don't think this is good, I'm just pointing the facts out to you. That's all I'm doing. All right, that is it. I'm not trying to say freaking atheism is bad. I'm not trying to say freaking religion is bad. I'm just giving you information that I've gathered up through the years pertaining to this subject. Okay, fair?
Carry on.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes from Mark Edworthy. So.
Yeah.
Now, what I do want to ask Robert and Mark and whoever decides to come in, just be respectful for one another. No mudslinging. Let's not turn this into a Donald Trump freaking episode. Yeah. Okay, let's keep it clean. Have a serious conversation about this stuff, because this is stuff that does need to be talked about, but it's not being talked about the way it needs to be talked about in a serious way. Because these are very controversial topics for even today. And this is stuff that I was making notes of 10, 15 years ago. So this is something that could really help people with when it comes to perspective about how things really hasn't changed over time. You know what I mean? It just stayed the same. So.
More than everything.
Yeah. So, this is a really important piece that I don't think that we've given enough attention to be honest. Okay, there's the whole thing between the conservative intellectual tradition, which I don't think a lot of people are aware of. Like, have you ever heard of the conservative intellectual tradition, Mark? I know your tradition.
Maybe under a different name. But I get the idea.
Okay, so there's basically a conservative intellectual tradition that's running through the development of sociology and social theory. Okay, I think that if we bring that up in the topics tonight, that'll kind of make the discussion more balanced. Okay. So with this episode, we're going to have to think about three things that are actually key that we to the subject that we need to distinguish between. Okay. And that's the first one is people who were politically conservative. We have to distinguish between that. We have to distinguish between people whose ideas were influential in sociology. And then we also have to distinguish people who were themselves sociologists. Okay. Now, a lot of those categories overlap, but they aren't identical at all. And Hume is, in my opinion, I think that he's the perfect starting point. But a lot of people would probably find that interesting. You know what I'm saying? Because Hume himself predates sociology. If you check him out, you'll find out that he predates sociology.
What year?
This
year was he alive?
he would have been, I believe, in the 1700s. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So, but as a formal academic discipline, Hume's teachings predate sociology. I do want to make that clear. So understand that I'm not calling him a sociologist, but his thinking about like the social order, convention, institutions, and human nature, especially whenever he writes about human nature, that's something that's key to this too. And government combined, that's very relevant in a lot of the later social theory that was coming out. So that's something that I wanted to say. Okay, now Hume himself rejected the idea that government necessarily originated from like explicit social contract. He didn't agree with that. Instead, he developed an evolutionary account, where political authorities and social conventions develop historically. You know what I mean? So
what do you mean?
he believed that they developed out of their history, their culture, their traditions. Like it just developed naturally.
Okay, like the problems from their culture and like different outlooks
No, not really.
about like when you break or you steal.
He believed that laws were created because of the situations that took place in the past and stuff that's taken place at the time. He didn't believe that like laws should be enforced that had absolutely nothing to do with that freaking area if it wasn't an issue. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're living in a small town with barely no crime, nobody's stealing candy from the candy store, nothing like that. There shouldn't be laws freaking saying that you need to freaking watch the candy store because freaking people will steal candy.
Right. In this country, it goes down to the US entrapment laws, doesn't it? The FBI and the police services in the US can, whereas entrapment is illegal in the UK.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, Hume's developed Hume's actually he saw government like as a continuing tension between the authorities and liberty, with a stable government requiring like a balance between them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So basically what Hume asks is this. He says, how does a society become orderly when nobody sat down and consciously designed the entire system? So that's what I want to ask you guys first. How does a society become orderly when nobody sat down and consciously designed the entire system?
An evolution. Can a society, yeah, society can grow naturally, can't it?
Yeah.
Evolutionary sort of thing.
But at the same time,
He's not
Hey.
asking that though, see. He says, how does a society become orderly when nobody sat down and consciously designed the entire system?
by we call you we live way you want without the rules or breaking the law.
No, I think Mark is more in line with what's going on here because, like, his answer usually points towards like custom. He's big on convention. He's big on habit, interest.
I'm not big on habit, but depends on habit.
And again, I want to take it back to the whole historical development. Like, he believed that like your laws should be set up because of the historical development within your community.
Yeah.
You know.
It's very.
Oh, I thought I said that.
No, you didn't. You didn't. You're like on the brink of talking about serial killers.
You're the one bringing
Hey,
them
I can relate. I can relate.
he just told me like you're the one bringing it up. But yeah.
No, what I was referring to is if for any group that don't want to live by the rules, they in their own mind have to live like they don't want to create the situation, then they won't.
All right, that's valid. I agree. Now the thing is like that idea that he's coming up is very different from the idea that society can just simply redesign. It can be like redesigned from scratch. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
According to a freaking like a rational, I guess you could say, blueprint. You know what I mean? Just
Okay,
we can just
Fabian, very Fabian.
Right, he didn't believe that. You know, he didn't believe that freaking, you know, you could just come in and just redesign the entire freaking way of society according to like some kind of a blueprint that was written down.
Yeah. Especially we have to stop and think. How was they were before that?
Now, understand this is when you hear this, you will think that frickin' Humes is a conservative, but let me point something out about Humes, okay? If you label Humes as a freaking conservative, you are oversimplifying him. This is just a brief idea of what kind of thinking Humes had, okay? Now, have you guys ever heard of Edmund Burke?
Rings a bell.
Okay. Burke Society? You ever heard of the Burke Society?
Maybe. Edmund Burke sounds familiar.
Now, Edmund Burke isn't a sociologist either, but he becomes really, really important to the conservative tradition that influenced later social thought as well. Okay. Now, Burke's basic objection was to the idea that you can look at society, decide what it decide that it was irrational or unjust, and then just simply rebuild it according to like any abstract theory. He was against that.
Okay.
So his concern was that society contains enormous amounts of accumulated knowledge that aren't written down anymore. and that would go according to like your traditions, your customs, your institutions. It would also involve family relationships. He went into religious practices. There was some stuff that he talked about that had to do with local associations or social expectations. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. So people know how these things work without necessarily being able to explain why they work.
Yeah.
So, and I think that that's incredibly relevant when it comes to my argument about social engineering. You know what I mean? So I'm going to be very careful about this, because the one thing is like there's something that was stated from I believe Burke said it, but he said be very careful about destroying something you don't fully understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's because like a major counter argument to theories that believe society can be deliberately reconstructed, you know, is something that freaking he believed in, and so did Hume's, and I do believe that. I believe that societies can't be reconstructed according to freaking, you know, a whim. That's why I have my issues with France. Whenever I was not, you know, I mean, I know I joke around about that a lot, you know what I mean? But on a serious note, this country has had.
Sorry, France, which period?
That's, yeah, okay. Yeah, 15 constitutions. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, yeah.
You know,
But they've had a interesting history in the 20th century and 18th, 19th.
you said which period? Let's just add it all together.
Right. I thought you could have been talking about Gaul for online.
There was a guy, he's got a weird name, so I might mess it up, but his name's Tocqueville. Have you ever heard of Alexis de Tocqueville? Huh? This guy, I was told that he was somebody who would be interesting or very useful for my podcast, and I went and I checked him out, and now I did check him out and everything, and I would say that he sits somewhere like between political philosophy and sociology.
Okay.
Now he actually studied American society, and he wasn't like just interested in the formal government. He wanted to like understand the associations, the religion. You know, he wanted to learn about the families, local governments, stuff like civil participation and social equality, habits, and then public opinions, and that's what he called the habits of the heart. Basically, he actually, I don't know if you've actually heard of that before, but that's what he termed it as.
Okay.
Now, he was somebody that I checked out, and I found out like a lot of these modern sociology textbooks often refer to him as like an important precursor to sociological theory, even though he wasn't a sociologist in the later professional sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, his concern was actually pretty fascinating, because he brought up democracy and how democracy can become tyrannical without necessarily becoming openly authoritarian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he also mentioned that the majority itself could be oppressive, like the majority could be oppressive over the minority or the individual. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's what really stuck out to me. That's directly relevant to what I'm saying when I say who declares what is normal. Every time I ask that, I always ask who gets to decide what is normal.
What is normal?
Yeah, because what is the definition of normal, and what is what is the depth of that?
The thing that the majority agree upon.
No, what I mean is for individuals, what like what is that for individual? Where if you want to know though, in what way do you recognize that in individuals?
Well, I mean,
know that.
well, I'm talking about like in a social sense. You know, you hear people say, "Oh, well, that's just normal." Well, who gets to decide that? Who
The
gets to decide?
majority. The majority.
You know,
Yeah, but,
It's a very democratic system
no, yeah,
because
but
the
that's one side
majority
of
agree
it.
what normal is.
Yeah, but they don't really know of that group.
well, what's normal to you wouldn't be normal to me,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's why I said the majority.
right?
And you're
And then we get to another guy. His name's Robert Nisbet. You guys heard of Nisbet?
not.
Carry on.
This is probably the person I most want you guys to know about for this project, because Robert Nisbet was actually a professional sociologist. He deliberately developed what could be called a conservative sociology. Okay.
What era is he?
What does that mean?
He was in the 1950s, I believe.
Okay. Oh.
Now his argument was really extraordinary. Now some of sociology's fundamental ideas actually came from the conservative reaction against the French Revolution. Okay. And I think that's something that a lot of people need to realize. And last year, remember when me and you were talking about the French Revolution, Mark?
Yeah.
Neither one of us was really freaking happy about that. Like that was actually that was a pretty screwed up situation. You know, they started out preaching for freedom and the rights of the individual and all that, and the guy that was in charge of the French Revolution ended up being a tyrannical psychopath. You know,
But he got executed under his own system.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It was like that's the one thing I think people should understand, that some of sociology's fundamental ideas actually came from the conservative reaction against the French Revolution. Well, actually, I know that like back in 1952, this is my note that I had. Nisbet did do an American Journal of Sociology article in 1952, so it's right around 1950s. It could have been even into the early or late 40s.
Okay.
And
British, American, Canadian.
Don't know. I don't know.
Where was he based? Where was he on the phone?
He most likely, I believe he was an American.
Okay. Yes.
Now, he argued that philosophical conservative was historically a major source of sociology's concern when it came to social groups, status, integration, social functions, disintegration, insecurity, community, authority, and tradition. Now, he specifically traced those ideas through thinkers like Comte and Laplace and into Durkheim. Now, that's important because it because it completely complicates the simplistic narrative. Okay, so like if you went to say or if you said sociology came from Marxism, the best answer would be no. Okay,
Okay.
because the intellectual ancestry of sociology is a lot more messier. Okay, that's why he was coming at it from. He argued about Durkheim specifically, um, and what he said there is this. He said Nisbet argued that Durkheim's sociology incorporated concepts that had roots in conservative thought. But here's where we need to be careful. That doesn't mean Durkheim was politically conservative. Okay? Anthony Giddens specifically discussed this issue, and he points out that Durkheim was politically associated with liberal republicanism and Dreyfusard's cause, while he also argued that some of his sociological concepts nevertheless had intellectual roots in the conservative reaction to the French Revolution. And to me, that's a distinction, I think, that will make this a lot more stronger. You know what I mean? So we could say like a thinker can inherit intellectual concepts, but a political tradition without adopting that political tradition wholesale.
Yeah, great.
And that's exactly what happened in a lot of the history when it comes to sociology, you know, and Nisbet goes directly after social engineering. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's important because with Nisbet, he was concerned about the weakening of the intermediate institutions like family, church, community, voluntary associations, and local organizations. And if you look at things today, what are they mostly attacking? Family, the church, the community, and like these voluntary associations. You know what I mean? Like they're going after them, saying that they're freaking horrible institutions that you can't trust, and that's really a bad thing because you know poor people do need freaking food banks.
But they're pushing NGOs onto you, and NGOs are, whereas in most countries, are not really answerable to. They are answerable to the government bodies, but in a lot of situations, they are not in reality answerable.
Yeah, but what happens when all that changes?
Yeah. And he worried that if those institutions weaken, the central state would increasingly occupy the state that these institutions once filled. You know what I mean? And that's where we get into the whole thing of government replacing God. You know, they're wanting to replace God with freaking with government.
The state.
Yeah, with the state.
The government, yeah.
So now if you want to read more about him, his book, he has a book out, The Quest for Community. And that would actually be that'd actually be an interesting book if you want to do that, because he examined this problem basically when it comes to social engineering.
Find the ISBN number for us.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm in the middle. I can do that in most of the other shows.
Just a note for you.
But yeah, I can put that up and everything because that is. He brings up some pretty good arguments when it comes to that. And later, as a sociologist, believe it or not, he continued to criticize like excessive centralization and social engineering.
Mm.
So now we have an interesting contrast. You know what I mean? One tradition says understand society so that you can identify structures of power and potentially change them. And then you have the conservative sociology tradition that says understand society so that you recognize the fragile institution and traditions that hold it together before you start changing them. You see?
Would the 15th century philosopher that you were talking about earlier be around, I think, no, 17th century, wouldn't it?
You're talking about Bismarck?
No, Adam Locke and John Smith, that's 17th century.
Well, they believed in the contract. They believed in
Well, similar argument.
This gets messier though. You know what I mean? Like sociology is just completely like if you don't sit down and you don't research this stuff, you will not figure it out. You'll fall back to John Locke and Rousseau and all these guys.
Okay.
But like the moment they came up with the term ideology, everything changed.
Okay, the term.
You know what I mean? The moment they came up with that word, man, everything changed. It just.
Hey, Raj, but like, okay, that word, how does it fit with the other ones? No, like.
Well, see, that's the thing. Ideology is the tool they use. I'm gonna say tool, but I mean, you could easily use it as the weapon they use. Okay.
Let's just think about.
But what it is everybody has beliefs. We believe this. We believe that. We believe this. We believe in God. We don't believe in God. We believe in Allah. We don't believe in Allah. We believe in Buddha. We don't believe. We have all these beliefs. Okay. Now there's people who are really, really smart who have figured out that they can take what you believe in, turn it into what they call an ideology, and create a movement. So they can manipulate you according to what you believe.
Like government.
Because they want you to do what they want you to do. I mean, it's not about your religion. It's not about your belief system. It's about them manipulating you into doing what they want you to do. Make sense?
Yeah.
Is that a coffee pot?
No, that's his computer. He's got a highly tuned processor behind him that's freaking using the copier.
Gone nuts.
Yeah. Now those are two completely different uses of social knowledge, basically. Okay, they're competing traditions within social thought. They're actually competing against one another. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have the Marxist or the critical tradition, which asks who has power, who benefits from existing institutions, how are inequalities reproduced, how can those structures be changed. Then you have the conservative sociological traditions, which ask what holds society together. Why do traditions persist? What happens when institutions collapse? What unintentional consequences can come from radical change? And what happens when centralized governments replace local institutions? Now you also have a third one as well. Okay, that's the liberal tradition, which often asks, how can individual freedoms coexist with social order? How can institutions protect liberty while maintaining stability? And these traditions can actually argue with one another using the same subject matter. And to me, I think that's pretty fascinating. Like they can use the same freaking subject matter and argue with one another.
Yeah.
So,
When you were talking about like the politician, Roger, like I can't. You were farther back.
mhm.
Okay, and the thing over there, when you said that, and you could have a splinter group of a different outlook of it, but they're still the same part, different splinter group. The outlook might be different.
Well, see, for me, I think the best question that a person should ask is what different philosophies have influenced the way sociology understands society, okay? Because once you ask that, you discover that sociology wasn't born from one ideological source. It contains liberal, conservative, Marxist, religious. You also have positivists. You've got people who are functionalists, interactionists, you know, critical traditions, and tons of others. And that gives you like this extremely freaking interesting thing that we can turn into another segment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So, if different ideological traditions can study the same society and reach radically different conclusions about what society needs, how do we distinguish between studying society and trying to reshape it? That's the big question.
Or how can you be part of it? Because the out might be different to you, but they might not accept you to be in there.
Well, see, the thing about it is ironic. It's really ironic because Hume, Burke, and Tocqueville and Nesbitt, they like give you some of the strongest intellectual tools for like challenging social engineering, and that's without having to pretend that sociology isn't it or isn't freaking socialist. You know what I mean? Like you start seeing like this is coming from all direction. This isn't just socialist. And that's something that I really needed to look at. And back when I first started this stuff, that's just something that because Mark can tell you when I was started hanging out with him and them, that's all you ever heard me talk about. I would always blame the socialists, dude. It was socialists. They were the problem. You know what I mean?
Very McCarthy view.
Well, I wasn't that bad. No.
Yeah.
What's his name? What was his name? He was the one that was in chat all the time. He was the Mexican guy.
Oh heck! Something.
Yeah. He was really bad. He honestly thought the United States. Yeah. He honestly thought that frickin' the United States was gonna frickin' try to take power over Mexico, and I was like, dude, nobody in the world wants to frickin' rule Mexico. It's like that is the last country anybody wants to be a ruler of, you know. Your debt would frickin'. I mean, your government debt would just frickin' fall through the floor if you had to frickin' rule.
Well, that's already happening anyway in both of our countries anyway. So.
So I guess the best thing now, since we've covered these guys, is to ask the new question. You guys want to hear it? What happens when God is removed?
What God as in a natural deity or the idea of God?
The ideal.
You get to determine who God
Well-
is. What happens when you get to determine
Yeah.
it? Okay.
Well, we call right and wrong to be misunderstood then. And from compassion to thinking of yourself will be gone or misunderstood less of it.
Okay. So who shapes the individual?
The situation.
Okay. Somebody's getting some background.
Yeah, I'm noticing some echo. Yeah.
Oh, there's Bob Dub. Hey, Bob Dub.
Hey, did I upset your audio? I can
Yeah,
mute.
there's an echo going on.
You just have an echo. That's all it is. Do you have something playing in the background? Like, do you have the video playing? If you do, mute that. Then you'd be.
No, I don't have anything playing, but I'm remoting into my computer and
Okay,
using my
sound good.
laptop.
You sound
Okay.
good, actually. Now you do. Whatever you did, you fixed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So we're actually getting to the part where we're talking about. We're actually talking about sociology, and we came to a question. We said, "What happens when God is removed?" So we just
What
finished
happens to what?
to society.
To society. Okay, okay.
We just went over Hume and Burke and Nisbet. So
Okay.
that's kind of what we're getting into. And I just asked Robert who shapes the individual.
Oh, there it goes back.
It's still doing that whole echo. You're muted out, Robert.
Yeah, I know, but that's my point. I can hear you. I hear me through your earphone.
Well, that's not good. So unmute.
Uh-huh.
Unmute.
Okay. Well, what I was referring to is that when God's not in the picture, you look at the way things are, how certain things we do not do as civilization, cause of the ideal of God. Everything about that God, how we put just not the ideal, but we live by it too. And if you do not, if you lose the ideal of God and the comprehension of what is God and everything about it, then what do you have? And how does people, if they have no ideal, they don't have no fear of it no more. Look at what could be the repercussions of that ideal. There's no more God, so we don't have to obey by the laws of God, mentally or physically.
Okay, so let's open that up. What do you think about that, Mark and Bob Doug?
Say that again.
What do you think about what Robert just said right there?
Oh, I didn't catch a lot of it, I'm afraid to say.
Oh, how about you, Bob Dub?
I think that what he says is right. You lose your focus. You lose your compass. We don't know what God is. We don't know what God is in Godland. But we know in the human brain that the idea of God is the idea of something that we want to try and achieve some sort of ideal or some sort of something we aim for. So if you take that idea away from people, something to aim for, something perfect to aim for, then then you've taken away the goal of goodness. And I think then you will get what we've got now: division, distrust, misery, and conflict and chaos. That's just my off the top of my head thoughts.
I'm glad you said that, because this is actually where we get into the flesh of where we're bringing religion into sociology and what their actual attempts were, because this is where you come into the second most important question that start this out, and it is, who has the authority to shape society? Okay, I've been asking.
The people, democracy.
Yeah, the third mind, the collective unconscious.
Yeah.
All of us operating together somehow.
Yeah. Because what could happen is if we recognize how your life is turning out good by the simple things that you do and how you represent you and what you do, that will make other people stand up and realize, okay, this how this person lives, mindset and everything about her. Other people will pay attention and understand that type of life that she has. If they like that type or not, and if they do, they'll watch her and understand and want to live that type of life, mentally and physically.
Okay, so this actually gets us into the third one. This is where it really comes together. Okay, I'm going to ask you this third question: what happens to the source of moral authority when someone rejects God?
Well, it really goes bad real fast, because without moral support in God, then what do you have? Your outlook of
No, hold on right there. Now you're jumping to the conclusion that you don't have morals if you don't believe in God. So is that what you're saying? You're saying that if you don't believe in God, you're a moralist person?
No. I'm saying if you do not, if you do not feel you do not listen to, if you don't believe in that, you have no morals about anything about God. Okay.
So let me read this question again. What happens to the source of moral authority when God, or when someone rejects God? So what happens to the source of moral authority when someone rejects God? What happens?
Well, first, where does the source come from? People like to
I think.
Oh, sorry, Bobby.
Sorry, I was going to say that I think that everybody has a need for moral authority. And if you don't have that authority as being something spiritual, something outside you, then you will look for something in the world to put it on. So you'll put it onto the government, or you'll put it onto whatever, like an ideology even. Because there's sort of a yearning in your brain to have all these ideas in neat files. And if your brain doesn't have that, doesn't have a structure to believe in, then it will put anything in there in that vacuum, I think.
And we call them the groups, like the ones that believe in that coming to Earth, and they all, because they believe in.
Okay, before you start getting into societies and stuff. Let me kind of take you into a little bit more um, reality thing about because we don't need to be talking about serial killers and stuff. Okay, before you go there, let's talk about religion itself as a social institution, okay? Because it's really easy to freaking talk about freaking people who believed in aliens and committed suicide and blame it, use that as an example. But let's just look at religion as is itself being a social institution, okay? So religion by itself can function as a source of moral teachings. It's a source of social norms. It's a community. It's an institution. It's a mechanism of socialization. It's a source of identity, a source of authority, and it's also a framework for understanding human existence. So religion belongs directly inside our sociology discussion. Okay, so this isn't outside of society. It's one of the institutions that help construct society. All right. So you have to look at. But let's not look at those people that freaking committed suicide because they were in a cult. You know what I mean? Let's look at like religion as being a part of freaking the society that we have that actually it's an institution that actually helps construct society. You know what I mean?
In what part?
People see there's people out there who can't live without church. They have mental illnesses, they have social problems, they have issues that they can't freaking take care of them on their own, and they need to go to church so that they have somebody who's there to guide them because they're lost.
Yes, I completely agree with that. I completely agree with that. I think that what church is there are 4 things that happen at church. This is from my history, my experience in the Episcopalian Church, which isn't even the Episcopalian Church. It's the Anglican Church of Southern Africa. But in the service that we had, there were 4 things that you did. The first thing you did was you said prayers to say sorry. You knelt down on the floor. You said, I'm sorry that I did that. I'm sorry I was mean. I'm blah, blah, blah. And you asked to be forgiven. And then the priest says, all those things that you did, they're over. God forgives you. It's gone. And then you have the second part where the priest reads a story and tells you, God says this, God says that. This is how to be a good person. You should try hard. Blah, blah. That's the second part. Then the third part, we all got together and we practiced the ritual of pretending to share a meal together by having a sip of wine and having a piece of bread. We acted out as if we were all commonly eating food together as one family. And then after that, there's the fourth part where the priest says to you, go off and do your best this week. And off you go. And that little ritual of sort of human family is something that prevents a lot of crime, a lot of murder, a lot of mistakes. So it's not always about what you think God is, but sometimes it's what about what people need. People need to be forgiven. People need to be encouraged. People need to feel that they have a whole crowd of people around them looking out for them.
That's good. Now this is the part where we bring in the atheism part of it, because like I was telling everybody before you came in, Bob Dub, back whenever I first started getting into all this stuff, I remember Facebook back in like the early 2000s where I was in groups that were atheists and Christians could actually come in and have like intelligent conversations about their their differences, you know. And it was pretty cool because they even had notebook or notepad on Facebook at the time, so I was always taking notes. And the sad part is that got taken out and I lost a lot of it, but I was lucky enough to blog some of it, and I went through it and kind of made it a little bit more unbiased than, or a lot more unbiased than what it was. And I actually took a lot of those comments that the atheists, what a lot of the atheist arguments were, and I put it in the blog. So I retained that and kept it in here. And this is where we're going to start kind of going through some of the arguments they gave. And what you just said right there was a really good kind of board, I guess, a diving board or whatever you want to call it, to get into this. But the argument, the atheist argument that was in my material before, it essentially said that you don't need God to be moral. And to me, I think that's an important argument to take seriously. That's not something we should just simply dismiss, you know, because an atheist can absolutely be a moral person, and an atheist can develop a coherent ethical system as well, just like a religious person can behave immoral. So for me, I believe that religious belief equals morality, and or I you know, but it can also be immoral. It just depends on how you do things, you know what I'm saying? Just like an atheist can be moral or immoral, it just depends on how they do it. So that needs to be like acknowledged if I'm going to like present this fairly, you know what I mean?
Well, but it's your mindset too. They say where you live at represents your ideals on certain things.
See, I kind of have issues with that too, because that's also a sociology thing. Like, people are trying to say that because you were born and raised in a Muslim community, that you were going to naturally become a Muslim, and that's not the truth. There's plenty of Christians in the Muslim world, and vice versa. You know what I mean? So I think that's one of the issues that I do have an issue.
I think that there's a lot of scientific evidence that says that how you think when you're an adult is set in your brain by the time you're 7 years old. So I do think that your family and your early influences have a lot of responsibility, if you like, for what you believe when you're an adult. But I also think you're right, Roger, when you say you've got free choice at any stage. When you get to the place where, yeah, I think that maybe Dad was wrong when he said that we should all put on green trousers and dance round the mulberry bush. Maybe I don't need to do that. You're an adult. You don't need to slavishly believe things that were stories for children. But the intention behind things, usually with normal people, the intention behind things is to live a good life. Whatever story you put around that. Yeah.
Yeah, as well too. And when people, when you recognize certain people need certain like help, atheist or not, it tells you if you're willing to be there. That's like you said, your way of thinking. You know, if you want to be there for the person, you'll be there. You know, that's your own way of wanting it, if you do or not. Not someone feed you what other types of ideals to make you react in the way that the way they would want you to.
So you know, the thing with me is like the the deeper question for me isn't can atheists be moral. That's actually the easy question, because obviously anybody can say if they're honest with them, they can obviously say that they can. Now, to me, the harder question is what makes something objectively moral if there's no like transcendent moral authority, you know. And a lot of the atheists that I've talked to, they usually answered that they answered that by bringing up stuff like human flourishing or minimizing suffering, you know, individual autonomy. They talked a lot about that, and then you also heard a lot of people who like to talk about social consensus and reason, you know. And for me, those are like all different foundations that a person can have when it comes to morality, and they use that kind of stuff, you know what I mean. That is where they pull their morality from.
So
Yeah.
they use that for the excuses that they use for whatever they do and think.
Well, see, I don't believe I don't believe in the term atheist. I think that you replace one god for another, like an addiction. Yeah, actually,
I agree with you.
you know, it's like I don't believe there's a true atheist belief. That's one reason why I could have even when I had my issues with believing in God, I could never call myself an atheist, because if you listen to a lot of the stuff they say, it's just not freaking logical. Like, you cannot logically call yourself an atheist and do the things that they do. You know what I mean? I could never freaking come to call myself an atheist, even in my worst days. So um,
We call it like
I
typecast.
lost my faith. Sorry.
go ahead.
Which one?
Who? Go ahead. Who?
Robert, mute out real quick. And Robert, go ahead.
Okay. I lost my faith in God when I broke my promise to God and got divorced. I made this promise that for better or for worse I was going to be married, and then I left. And I couldn't believe in God anymore because I had crossed the line. And it took me about 10 years to realize that despite the fact that I'd stopped believing in God, God hadn't stopped believing in me. And that actually there was more to the world than what I believed or how I saw it. And I don't know what God is, but I know there's something more than me. And I also question those labels that we put on people like atheist or Christian or Muslim or whatever it is you want to call people, because we go through different phases of different understandings of belief, and it doesn't change the reality of what is there, what we think. And you can get mathematical evidence for that by looking back through thousands and thousands and thousands of years of people who've done their best to live on this planet. And it seems that over and over and over it comes back to the fact that there is something more than just humans. And so, yeah, I think it's really, like you say, Roger, it's sort of having that humility to be able to say, we just don't really know. What we're doing is our best understanding right now, but in 10 years' time, we might see something differently. So can you say I'm an atheist if I've had a bad patch?
That's actually a good way to get into the whole thing about values, you know, because I mentioned this before when it comes to Tan. You know, when we were doing this and we were talking about values and norms before, Tan got really, really emotional. He said some great stuff about it being a father, and it was very inspirational. But we were talking about this stuff, so for me, it was kind of weird that he got that he took that away from this conversation because this isn't good. You know what I mean? When we're in this sense, when we're talking about norms and values, this is not a good thing. And earlier, I argued that like values aren't the same thing as facts. You know what I mean? And I argued that values can exist independent of rational explanation, and that people can become so committed to a belief that rational thought and the belief no longer occupy the same space. You know what I mean? Um, and that was what really brought it out, where we had that conversation. Um, Now, for me, what I should have done was, rather than claiming that values like transcend all rational explanation, I should have said values aren't simply like empirical facts. They improve judgments about what ought to be valued. You know what I mean? So science, if you look at science, it can tell us like this action produces this consequence. Uh, it can also investigate like things like this behavior increases suffering, but then comes the philosophical question: why should suffering be reduced? You know, and that's a value judgment. So for me, I need some normative premise so that I can get from is to ought, and that's where like competing moral systems enter. You know what I mean? So you have to look at stuff like that. You have to understand what's actually going on, and you have to be careful about how you say things, because I know that like I can say things in a way that can cause people to feel all warm and fuzzy inside when that's not the way they should be feeling. You know what I mean? So um, so basically, suppose an atheist.
Suppose an atheist.
Hold on. So suppose an atheist says, "I don't believe morality comes from God," and then you know, logically you would ask, where does it come from? Now, if the answer is like human beings, you know, I would personally ask, why should human beings agree about it? You know, about it. You know what I mean? And so most of the time, I'm not going to say all
Most of the time, I'm not going to say all.
Mostly atheists say because
Mostly
empathy is
atheists
involved,
say because empathy is
or
involved.
it evolved basically over
Or
time.
it evolved basically over time.
You know, they love to say that.
You know, they love to say that.
So I'm going to mute out real quick.
So they think that empathy is the building blocks of morality, because we care about each other. We try to be good.
Yeah, and they believe that it evolved over time.
They believe that it evolved over time.
Yeah, but you have to believe within something
Well, I do
of
think
that.
kindness.
Something of that.
Yeah, but you
Carry on.
can believe in kindness, but if you don't have both, how far does it go then?
Go ahead, Bob Dub. I know you were on to something.
It's interesting
I know
because
you were on to something.
sorry, I was just saying, like, kindness has not always been a part of human society. And in fact, in very impoverished communities that live very close to nature, there are no concepts like kindness and beauty. The concept is survival, to get your children to live until they're adults, no matter what, whatever the the means are that you use. So I don't know that I would agree that empathy is necessary for survival or for caring for others. But I also think that you've got a 50-50 chance that there is a God or there isn't a God. But with morality, you've got 100% chance that it's there. We live in a society where people require each other to behave to a certain set of principles. So it's almost muddying the waters to talk about morality coming from God. I mean, why does God need to be responsible for our decisions? God gave us this earth, He gave us this life, and He said, do your best, guys. Why does He need to come and get involved in every single decision we make? Surely there's a point at which we have to say, thank you, and how are we going to respond to that gift?
Well, I guess we know what he wants, but it's the thing of we have to comprehend after a while, not to, like you said, Bob, and we have to pick up the ball ourselves and go far, deal with what we have and comprehend. And everyone that can comprehend the whole idea of that would be willing to help. Like if other people need help for whatever, pick up a bag or whatever, that they might feel the urge to be willing to do that for them because it's the right thing, that they know it's the right thing to do and they know how to do it.
Okay, so that's
I
good.
agree with that.
Okay, so that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so now
I
this is
definitely agree.
Now, this is
Sorry.
this is something that I stuck out to me because of the whole point of evolution. Now, I ended up getting in huge conversations with a lot of atheists concerning this back when the days were good on Facebook. But you can't do that no more. You'll get in trouble. You do that stuff on Facebook. Just be careful if you're listening to this. But the thing that really stuck to me was the whole evolution thing. Okay, so I would always ask, does evolution make something morally right, or does it merely explain why we behave a certain way? And I think that that's an important distinction that people need to make, you know what I mean? Because evolution can potentially explain why humans develop cooperative behaviors, don't get me wrong, okay? But explaining why we have a moral instinct isn't automatically the same thing as establishing what is morally right, you know? So, and I had to go through my old atheist material and make exactly this kind of argument whenever I went through it, because it challenges like the claim that evolution itself was basically established as slavery or wrong, or uh, slavery is wrong, or like equality is like morally correct. That's the thing I think is really going on today, where people they don't understand that. You know what I mean? Slavery, you know, is something a lot of people put with evolution, and they try to establish that slavery is wrong, you know, and then they turn around at the same time and say equality is like morally correct. And I just personally think that that's a really, really bad direction that people are taking, and they're doing it today. It's just like it's a freaking stumbling block that they're just continuing to fall over. You know what I mean? And that none of that is actually true whatsoever. You know. So I mean that's my take on it.
That's a very interesting point, Roger. It is a very interesting point.
Well, yeah, but one other thing, I've noticed, okay, when with people, where when it comes to right and wrong, and some people have gotten to where they're more intelligent now about things, about how they handle situations. Okay, certain people will look and say, okay, I know what this guy, a he's a very troubled person, and if I respond, how it's going to go for me. I'm looking at it like, okay, I can go do what he wants me to evoke him, but then the one that's going to be in trouble. So what best way is to eliminate both things is by not stepping into the situation that he creates for me, mentally or physically. Because if it comes down to it, he's going to want to escalate it even to violence. That's what I'm referring to. Whereas people progresses and get more intelligent, have to be more aware of situations without going to violence or bringing up because of color or whatever, or race, if you're gay or not, just by being smart.
Now I can actually bring that a lot closer to something that I think would be interesting. Okay, because I've had this for a while on my things. Okay, now there was something that I wrote down in my blog a long time ago that I freaking forgot about, and I went over it recently, and it's kind of imagine like a society where most people believe that human dignity is sacred because every human being is created by God. Okay, so you can imagine a world like that. Okay, now imagine another society where most people believe that human dignity is important because human beings are intrinsically that they have intrinsic worth regardless of any god. Okay, they might like produce similar laws. They might both prohibit murder. They might both oppose slavery. They might both protect families, and they might value honesty. Things like that. But they're given different explanations for why those things are valuable to them. Okay, and society is interested in what happens when those beliefs become embedded in institutions. And that brings us back to our original question again. How do values become norms? And Mark keeps quiet all the time because he doesn't want to say this, but he's big on talking about the difference between value and worth.
Yeah.
And one day I will freaking have him openly say what's on his mind. What's the difference?
Okay. Yeah. Do on another show.
You know what the answer is. I know what the answer is, dude. What's the difference between value and worth?
What's the difference between value and worth? Value is something that is something that is valued at. Worth is what is worth to somebody. This cup could be valued at £2 or $2.50, and it might be worth because I drink it, use it to drink out of. I don't know, thousands of pounds or dollars.
Yeah, but how much do you put as value for that cup compared to anything else?
Um,
The value price. It's just what you buy. No. Listen, you don't get to choose the value of an object.
Well,
that's what you think it's worth.
Okay. Well, I'm referring to, like, if you have something else that equally value, which one would you put more value as.
No, you're getting it wrong again. Which ones do you think is worth more? Okay, see, value, worth, value, worth. Value is just what is the freaking price that is on it when you go to the freaking to the shelf and see it on the store shelf. That's how much it's valued at. When you go to eBay and you buy something, the price that's on it, that's what it's valued at.
Yeah. If I keep on buying stuff from eBay myself, if I think it's valued at too much or it's worth to me, at a less price, I wouldn't buy it.
Okay,
Don't buy it.
but like this too. People have that real bad thing about they put that thing on value of someone else's life. You know, where if they
Right.
lose a person,
Now you're actually falling in line. You're starting to understand they're putting a price tag on human life
and the human
instead of what is a life worth.
Yeah.
Now you guys got really crazy, and Bob Dub was opening her mic, and I know she wanted to say something, but you rudely interrupted her. So Bob Dub, you go ahead, and we're going to mute so that it doesn't cause.
Go ahead, and we're going to mute so that it doesn't cause.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's about the thing that Robert was talking about intelligence and violence. So I'm still on that old conversation. But I would argue with Robert about you need to be intelligent to reduce violence, because in dog societies, they have huge rules about who can look at who and who can stand near who, and if something goes wrong and somebody starts growling, you have to turn your back. There are lots of dog rules. Cats have 235 different facial expressions, and a lot of them are reduced at keeping everything happy within the little herd of cats, whatever you call them. So I don't believe in this excuse that human violence is a result of lack of intelligence or lack of education. I think there are creatures that don't care about being good, that don't have a moral compass in humans and in animal world. And it makes it a very strange question to think that animals have value and animals understand what things are worth to each other. For me, to just answer the thing that you were saying just now, this next conversation about the difference between value and worth, I would say that worth is like Mark, you were saying, it's an emotional thing. It's got an emotional context. You have something in your heart that says, man, if I don't have this cup, I don't drink water, I die. That's it. Whereas value is more objective, more mathematical, and you can, okay. That's my 2 cents there, Roger.
Well, those were good. Those were good 2 cents. You did a good job.
Indeed, yeah.
So now, this is where we get into the more important question: what happens when the religious authority declines? And I'm going to do another example. Okay, so suppose there's a society that becomes increasingly secular, and you remove religious authorities from the center of public life. That doesn't mean, that like morality disappears, according to what an atheist would say. Okay, something else has to occupy the space. Is what they would tell you. That would be like humanism, perhaps liberalism. It could be individual autonomy, social justice, national identity. Perhaps it's like scientific rationalism, or perhaps some combination of all of them together. You know what I mean? So if religious institutions lose influence while universities and government agencies and professional organizations or corporations and advocacy organizations gain influence, that's when the question becomes, are we eliminating moral authority, or are we transferring moral authority? And I think that's a much stronger question than saying atheism or atheists or socialists. You know what I mean? Which that's what I always used to say. That was one of my bad faults. Like back when I first started doing it, everybody, socialism was the center of every freaking problem. Now it's only sociology. Now I've pinned it down to sociology.
Okay.
So go ahead, Bob. What you gonna say?
Sorry, Mark, you were going to say something? I thought Mark was going to say something.
No, carry on.
I think that the church has failed because it became very arrogant and certain in its beliefs. And it started saying that God was doing this, God was doing that, and God was doing the next thing. And nobody knows what God is doing. And the people came along with huge, big questions. And the church, the institution of the church, could not answer those questions except to tell people to shut up and believe. And I do believe that there is a new attitude towards religion building in the world, particularly among the young people. And I think that we need to remember all the time, we really do not know what are in the other dimensions. We do not understand the rules of love. We do not understand quantum physics. We think we're great because we're humans, but actually we're pretty dumb. And if you have priests that are able to hold that space for people and allow us to live with that sort of uncertainty, instead of priests who beat people up with fantasy, then I think that's a really moral, a really justified religion. And I am hoping a lot that a lot of these talks that are happening on the internet about religion are going to usher in a different type of, well, I call them priests, but faith workers. Because everybody has crises in their life. Everybody has times when the carpet is pulled out from underneath them, or a great big trauma comes and gets them, or have to face a grief that they're not ready for. And you need wise, caring, compassionate people to shepherd you through those terrible, terrible times. And then you need that person to be able to let you go and say, well done, you made it through. And the gratitude that you feel as a result of that process often results in you putting back into the institutions. But basically, the church is there for people who are struggling. And the people that aren't struggling are the ones that do the supporting. And I think that we need to hold that understanding that this is for people, but about, it's a very delicate balance. And I feel that it takes very dedicated, committed people to be able to stand in that priestly role and mediate compassion and love and moral authority and goodness. to the wounded.
Okay, so here is my take on it. You know, like when people reject one source of moral authority, they still have to answer the question of where their moral standards come from, and that's universal. That means religious people have to answer it, atheists have to answer it, people who are humanists also have to answer it. Um, Politicians and political ideology, they have to answer it too. You know, that goes all the way into government as well. They have to answer that same question, and you know, society as a whole basically has to answer. You know, where does it come from? And a lot of this is something that goes into what I used to refer to as the good guys criticism. You know, I mention that sometimes. I used to mention it a lot. It fits in perfectly here. Okay, this is a place where I think that it agrees with my concern about earlier treatment when it comes to how I handled these vlogs and stuff when I first started. You know. Um, um, what I know today is like we shouldn't say like religious organizations are bad, but we shouldn't. We also shouldn't say that religious organizations are good either. All right. We shouldn't say that atheist organizations are bad, and the same goes with them too. We shouldn't say that atheist organizations are good as well. You know what I mean? Just like I don't think we should say, you know, activist organizations are bad, which is a really hard thing to freaking do, you know. But we shouldn't say that activist organizations are good. Their organizations pursue objectives. Um, some objectives may be admirable, and some may be destructive. You know, some may be both, depending on the consequences. And the same applies to government. You know, the same applies to the universities. The same applies to corporations, uh, as well as churches. You know, intent isn't enough. We need to examine what they actually advocate and what their actions produce. You know, that's the thing that I think that needs to really be looked at. You know, when it comes to, especially with a lot of the problems that we have in the world today. So, besides that, there's also like a contradiction in the atheist debate that they had with me that I also wanted to bring up. My material that I had previously, it says, has an atheist saying that we don't believe in God, but we still try to believe morally because we try to live morally because we want to live, or we want to leave the world better. That always stuck out to me. Okay, that is but that basically is a perfectly coherent position as a statement of like personal ethics. But notice what's happened. You know what I mean? Like the atheist has eliminated values altogether. They've affirmed values.
They've affirmed values.
They've simply just rejected one explanation for their origin, and I think that's really crucial, because our discussion isn't actually about whether atheists have values, because they do. You know, the discussion is really about where do those values come from, and why should they be considered binding, and who gets to turn them into social norms. You know, and now we're back to sociology. It's one big sociology lesson. And we've been socially engineered to think that way. You know, I know you had your mic open, so go ahead and talk. Sorry, Bob. I just really had to finish that.
Did I have? I didn't know I did. No, I think that it's fascinating that you say that atheists say they want to leave the world a better place. Where does that desire come from? The interesting thing for me about God, the debate about God, is that I can trace it back to that Bible line that says that people were created in the image of God. And the only thing I really believe about God is that God is some sort of creative force, some sort of instigator. And so the only thing that I can believe about being created in the image of God is that we are made to be creative people. And the opposite of being creative is being destructive. And so I can judge values and situations in these two very basic little pools. Does this action that I'm going to take bring something better? Or does it take away? Does it destroy? And so for me, because I've made that God that definition, God does exist for me. And so it's very interesting to look or to listen, to hear what you say about atheists saying we want to leave the world a better place. That instantly says they have a creative instinct in them, which instantly proves to me, my confirmation bias. Well, then, that's got to be that God thing that I keep on saying is there, because it's pushing even atheists to live according to this principle of create goodness. So when we have discussions like this, I just keep on defaulting to, I believe there is a force that is probably sentient, that occupies everything and pushes things towards creation, creativity, beauty, happiness, goodness. That side appears to be a dominant force. And that's not to say that the other doesn't exist. But statistically, Roger, it's math, if you like, to try and talk about a second force when you can't mathematically prove a first force. We can't prove there's any God. We can't prove there's an absolute goodness and an absolute truth and an absolute justice. And so it's kind of ridiculous to start talking about an evil force when we haven't even proved that there's a good force. So yeah, basically I'm just sitting here with this idea that you say that atheists want to leave the world a better place, and I'm thinking, well, why would they want to leave the world a better place unless there was a God force in them inspiring them to think that way? So that's kind of a long and a bit rambly explanation to what I think is the motivation for that desire to do good in the world.
Well, sometimes we need long, drawn-out explanations, because that was good, Bob. Don't think it wasn't. And the thing that really stuck out to me though about most of that is I think the whole leave the world a better place is just poppycock, because I knew the guy, it's like and this is a slogan that a lot of atheists have put out, just putting it up. But let me hold up before you go further, Robert. Let me tell you what really stuck out to me. The thing is that the atheists, when they say this, they haven't eliminated values. They just affirmed value. They've actually affirmed values. That's what I was saying. You know what I mean? It's like, and they've just simply rejected one explanation for their for the origin of values. You know what I mean? They and that's very crucial. That's what you got. Is there a difference between values and believing in God? You know, that's what I think a lot of people have a hard time with understanding. Can they freaking create a freaking grocery store over the counter value for God? God is valued like this. You know what I mean? So they can turn around and they can create freaking institutions and government freaking to replace God. You know, that's the thing that has always been one of the concerns that I have. Now, when it comes to this point in the conversation, this gives us like an even bigger framework. Okay, now we have like 4 layers. You have the first layer, which is religion, and that asks the question, where does morality come from? Does it come from God, scripture, tradition, religious community? Then you have layer 2, which is the secular philosophy, and that's where does morality come from without God? Is it from reason, human flourishing, empathy, autonomy, social consensus, and humanism? Or is it layer 3, which is sociology, which is the thing that I'm not supposed to call evil? How does those values become social norms? And that's usually through family, education, religion, media, institutions. You have peer groups, you've got culture, and then finally the 4th freaking one, which is the government. Okay, what happens when those norms become law? That brings regulation, legislation, courts, administrative agencies, enforcement, and now we've reached the point where private belief becomes public authority, and that's where your entire discussion is changed. Okay, that's actually where we're going. That's exactly where we're heading. So in the end, what I'm basically saying is, who gets to define the good? You know what I mean? Human beings have always needed answers to questions like what is good, what is evil, what is normal, what's acceptable, and what's forbidden. You know, religion provided one set of answers, philosophy provided others, political ideologies, they provided others. You've got sociology that studies how those answers become embedded in society and shit, and then you have institutions that transmit them, organizations that advocate them, educational systems that teach them. Then you have like the whole cultural normal thing, you know what I mean? Normalize them. You got to normalize them. Now you got normalize. And eventually government can turn some of them into a law. And that leaves us with the question that I've written for all these years, and that is, when one source of authority loses influence, who takes its place? And perhaps the even more important question, did we consciously choose the new authority, or did we simply inherit it from the institution that replaced the old one?
No, it can come from a different source completely to take over your source completely, and without you knowing it, that source is smart enough to know what to do and how to do, to where it takes your civilization and it works within, makes your civilization work. They match the two together, like other countries during a long time ago. And as well, you were saying about the okay, it was shown, proven long what before with any rules or laws or anything about rights and about how people respond to things. Like they have proven that caveman or hominids, they call them. There were 7 different types of hominids in the world, but during all 7 of them, they were working together with one another, hunting as well. And when they would die, they would literally bury them in the ground. So that there shows compassion and working together.
And before you go further, I do want to compliment you and tell you I'm proud of you for remembering the word hominid, because that's a hard thing for you to do. So I'm really glad you did that. So
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
But if they can work with all that, with food, collecting food, working with each other without all walls or anything else, it's the thing that which you know the people, you feel comfortable. You have to feel comfortable within your community to feel like you can do this with them instead of without them. And when it comes to danger, they won't leave one of their own behind. Well, that's what I can put it.
Now you also have to remember we were discussing this earlier. Bob Dub and especially brought it up when it comes to that kind of mentality. You have to believe that you have to understand too. The hominids were actually freaking doing things that were not considered ethical. Okay, like they didn't distinguish between murder and freaking killing. Okay, like if they had to eat another human or another hominid creature, they saw no problem with that. Some of them, I think, the Homo sapiens were the ones who actually stopped eating their own. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm not. Bob Dub's better at that than I am, but I think it's the Homo sapiens. But before that, they freaking had no problems with it. You know what I mean? So they didn't distinguish that. They had that animal instinct, and they followed rules. But that doesn't necessarily mean good or bad. It doesn't mean having values or morals or having or feeling that freaking life was worth something. You know what I mean? And I like to use the term external thinking. Okay, when you look at an animal, most animals think they think externally. They don't think internally. They don't think inward. You know what I mean? Like most of an animal, when they get up and they do stuff in the day, it's usually about what they need and what they need to survive. They don't read too much into how much they care about somebody. No, it's like when you have a cat and the cat comes up and sits next to you and wants you to rub its belly. They're not doing that because they love you. They're doing that because they want you to rub their belly. You love them, but all they want is their belly rubbed. You know what I mean? So you got to kind of understand the difference there. Now a cat, when they purr and they hug up next to you, that's their show of affection. But you have to understand that. So that very seldomly happens because cats don't like us too much.
That very seldomly happens because cats don't like us too much.
You made an interesting point earlier, Roger, where you were saying how do things transfer from people to people? And there is development of thought over time. And there's a very interesting thing that happened over in, is it Japan? I think it's the place where they have those monkeys that in the snow they go and they sit in the hot thermal baths to warm up. Macaques or something. Anywho, one of these groups of monkeys on the, I think it was the Japanese mainland, they one day by mistake, one of the monkeys knocked some eggs into the water, into this hot water where they were all sitting sheltering from the snow, and they discovered that they made hard-boiled eggs. And then they were delighted. They went around collecting eggs, making hard-boiled eggs. This was their new game. They were making hard-boiled. And then about 6 months later, on another island, they discovered that there was another group of monkeys who had also discovered doing that. Like for hundreds of years, these monkeys didn't know about hard-boiled eggs. And then 2 separate groups on 2 separate islands with no way to communicate with each other both discovered hard-boiled eggs within a few months of each other. So when Minds Gaming talks about those quantum things in our heads that send signals all the time, it's a very interesting thing. We might be transmitting knowledge to each other at a quantum level through these tubule things in our brains. And it may be that memes aren't pictures with writing on them, but it may be that memes are some sort of quantum communication that share higher states. And the interesting thing is, why did some groups of monkeys share those that hard-boiled egg secrets with each other, and some groups were left out of the loop? So yeah, there we go. I thought that I'd give you that interesting and bizarre and random side quest there.
We're used to that. It's a common thing around here. We come up with some interesting stuff, so before we end this, we're going to have some words from the mighty Lord Edworthy, because he just been sitting around being quiet all the time. Everybody's starting to kind of worry about you, man.
I've been listening mainly, but
for a long time though. Like, I think August has whooped your butt, to be honest, because you've been like in your own universe and you haven't been really talking very much.
I've been listening.
So what's your final thoughts? Because we've actually had a pretty decent show. I think we need about 7 minutes to fill. So
if there's God or if there isn't a God, I know I'm still alive at the moment. So yeah, if there's a God, there's God. If there isn't a God, there is. Then the state is the religion.
I got one. Okay, for each country, for the church, and for all of the churches, how does people, best way I can put it is, represent what they believe in as God? Okay, because everyone has this ideal that, okay, different countries, they believe in certain things. Well, like I found out recently in Africa, this one church. This is what I found out. The Bible of the U.S. church has 66 books. Africa, this one church has 88 more. And people, I guess
you're discussing the Church of Ethiopia.
Oh, well,
they have 88.
Okay. Well, the thing over there is they all need to, with it. Everyone has their own things about Christ. That's fine, but it's all on the way we handle that situation, the mind of that, where we shouldn't be going to say one's better than the other. Just knowing that we all believe in the same thing should be good enough.
Well, for me personally, I believe that this is social engineering, and I believe that even though I don't follow the whole thing about religions, I do see that freaking religions are slowly being replaced by freaking government. I'm sorry, but I do see it. They want to phase out religion, and they want to make it into freaking a. They want to make it to where people are saying the Pledge of Allegiance instead of going and reading a Bible or freaking praying. Okay, they want you to believe in God, government, and freaking and so forth. You know what I mean? And
And
I just
don't forget the apple pie.
yeah. Well, the apple pie is true though. There's nothing wrong with the apple pie. Like if you have a problem with apple pie, you have a problem with humanity, dude. Because I don't care where you live in this world. If you don't like apple pie, there's something wrong with you. I'm just gonna put it out there. I mean and I always hear you talking about that with the apple pie, man. You got to remember, apple pie got famous in England
I always hear
first.
you talking about that with the apple pie, man. You got to remember, apple pie got famous in England first. Yeah.
Garden of Eden, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
They were after the apples back then. That's a joke.
We know. Okay, so we have 3 minutes left. What I want to do is spend those 3 minutes getting socials. So let's get you first, Bob Dub, so that we can get the easy ones after you. So how can people reach you?
How can people reach you?
Oh, mine's really easy at the moment. The only place I'm really hanging out at the moment is in the Swarm space. So that's swarm-space.lovable.app. If you'd like to reach me, you can drop me a message in there. Thanks, Roger.
Thank you very much. Now, how can people reach you, Mr. Edworthy?
Just really one site, minds.com. The account's Medworthy. We use the name Medworthy.
Okay, so you can find Robert at his YouTube channel, Robert Hanson. You can also find him where you can reach me. You can reach him where you can reach me. I am on minds.com as well at Roger_Hanson. I am on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness, as well as on Teams and Element Matrix at my Hangout, Roger's Hangout, which the one on Teams is a community, the one on Element Matrix is a chat. You can find me there as well. Now, if you want to watch this again, edited and cleaned up, you can check that out on Minds. It's got a group called the Praetorian on there where you can actually join and be a part of the community and have conversation. And when we do these streams, you can click on the Jitsi, come right in and have these talks with us. So you're more than welcome to do that. Now, other than Minds, we have the YouTube channel and the Rumble channel. That is the Praetorian, which we will be posting the edited videos on for this. And if you want to check us out on Kick, or if you want to check us out on Instagram, you have to check us out on Kick as Roger_Hanson, and on Kick, Infamous 1969. We would like to thank everybody for being on the panel. Thank you guys for being here. This was a great conversation. And I would like to thank anybody who is watching or who will watch this later on. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Give us feedback in the comment section, not just up there in that chat section. If you give us comments in the comment section, it also helps us on the channel and the platform. Shows the platform that the algorithm or that the channel's active. So it's very important, and a lot of people forget about that. But if you do that, we would greatly appreciate it. We will do our best to answer each and every comment. So with that being said, I'd like to say thank you for watching. Have a good night, evening, day, morning, whatever time of the day it is for you, and we will talk to you later. Okay, we got it.
Hey, Bob. Me and Worthy, we got. I was asking you about. I found some of these old movies. The book. Well, you have to look up the book, but then pick up through them. Everyone does, and to find out what kind of movie to where we could talk about it, because we were all talking about that at one time. Bob.
Bob.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. You want us to watch movies together?
Well, no. I got a list of.
Is that what you're saying?
No. I got.
I got a list of names of these movies that we were all talking about. I was going to give them to you, but for everyone to look at the names of the list of them and figure out which ones do they want to watch.
Look at the names.
Or if we could find it and
which ones.
Oh, hold on, Robert. It's getting a lot.
Oh, right.
Find it and. Oh, hold on, Robert. It's getting a lot better.
Well, unfortunately, I'm just not really much of a movie person. I find that I'm pretty busy in my life, and I'm not really at a place in them at the moment that I can watch movies. So I would just have to duck out of that one, though.
Well, I mean, if you got a book or whatever, or you could. Well, I was just saying about when they would come on here and talk about it.
Well, I was just saying about when they would come on here and talk about it.
Oh, I see. You have a show where you talk about books and movies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what
I see. That's
sorry,
an
I got it
thought.
screwed up.
Like a sort of a book club, if you like.
Yeah, he's pretty close to a woman. Seriously.
It often takes me a long time to figure out what's going on, Robert. I need detailed explanations.
Well, like he's almost as bad as B. B wants to do a love lines.
He's almost as bad as B. B wants to do a love lines.
What?
Yeah, love lines like back in the 90s
He wants to do
MTV.
what?
Love lines where people call up and
Oh, right. You said the love lines thing, yeah.
The love lines where people call up and
ask for advice for relationships.
yeah. I'm like, wow, dude, I cannot believe people are into that shit still.
Yeah. I'm like, wow, dude, I cannot believe people are into that shit still.
Suppose every year there's a new crop of babies born and growing up and go through the same stages, ask the same questions, and
I'll call them up and talk about love.
Guys, it was really nice hanging out with you.
Sure.
I need to go. I have so much work to do, but I just wanted to hang with you and chill.
Hey, it was great having you. You had a lot.
Conversation. Thank you so much.
You have a nice night.
You had a lot. You have a nice night.
You too, guys. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so what do you guys want to do? Do you want to do another one or call it the night? Or
I'm feeling quite tired, I'd say.
I agree too. And now if you want to tomorrow, Robert is going to get into that telekinesis thing. It's going to be we're probably going to have to start that up at 5 because I'm pretty sure he's going to have people on it.
Okay, and May the 11th.
About the same time that it started out today. So
yeah,
and this is going to be an interesting one because it's got a lot of interesting stuff to go through.
Okay.
Well,
If I don't join, I'll listen.
Okay.
One or the other.
And I know you need to be taking a break. You're getting old. You're not able to handle all that. Like I'm 53. I'm used to the over the 50 thing now, but you're just learning it. So,
I've only just touched 50.
did you check to see if any of your hair's turned yellow yet?
Yellow? No.
Yellow or gray, either one.
Well, I've been suffering from grey hairs in various parts for a couple of years, but not very much.
Okay. Okay.
Obviously, I'm not going to mention which parts.
Yeah, I was kind of stuttering there. So yeah, we should be starting about 5 p.m.
Okay, I'll say
Central
what I'm
Standard.
doing.
And that'll be about 10, maybe 11. I still think we're on the 6-hour difference, right?
Are you joining us for this Connect 5 thing on Sunday?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything that I've got planned for Sunday other than like editing. So.
9 p.m. here.
Okay, so
9 p.m. my time.
Oh, so it would be
4,
5, maybe 4 p.m. Yeah, that's good. I can probably do it.
I think it is enough.
If I'm awake on time. So
yeah, you've been saying you've been having a lot of sleep lately.
Yeah. Well, I've actually, it was my fault in the last couple nights because I've been staying up playing cool video games that freaking I haven't really had a chance to play on the internet and live stream. So I decided I was gonna put that out there. I'm really excited about it, and I've also got freaking Master Chief's edition for Halo, and dude, it's on like.
When you said that, I think it came up with 6 titles I've got installed on my machine that I want to play, but I haven't had time in ages. 7 titles, mainly adventure games, but one space simulator strategy type thing. 2 actually.
Send a list of them because I'm serious. I'd love to get that going where we can all hang out and have like a gaming party. Just hang out and freaking play video games together and just chill.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Well, see, the fun part about that too is if we can get Robert on the computer, he will make a complete ass out of himself. That dude cannot handle stress at all. I had him playing Resident Evil, and he went into this church and this pussy freaking zombie dude with freaking shit squirting out everywhere just popped
it
up.
was a mutant with a oversized werewolf with 6 arms.
Well, Robert's sitting there with a freaking controller in his hand, and all of a sudden his freaking legs go jumping up into the air, dude, and he looks like a little baby that's like jerking around with his freaking hands holding the remote control, dude. And he's just freaking out, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? He's ready to have a heart attack, dude, because freaking this thing jumped out and it started chasing him around the pews.
Well, yeah, but then here's the best part. A luck shot happened, and I blew the thing's head off.
Yeah, he was actually the one that killed him. So, but it was fun. You'll hear Robert flip out. He's not good at it. And now he's
Do you remember that game that you were talking about before we started?
The game,
Yeah, you mentioned the game, and you wasn't sure what it's called.
Deus Ex, I believe.
Deus.
Yeah. Deus Ex, yeah.
Deus Ex, as in machine, I think.
Yeah. No, I do have that one.
Okay, which game? Because there was something like 4 or 5 in the series.
Let me.
I think it was 4.
It could have been 4.
Okay.
Could have been 4. Let me double check later on, and I can let you know.
Okay.
I'll let you know on the thing, but yeah, I mean, I've got retro games too. Don't. And there's actually we could actually play the original Doom
Okay.
No problem. We don't have to have any special game put up on Victor or anything like that. Like, because the old game,
You might even find a web browser version of Doom. Doom has been exported to so many platforms. Like I said, you can play Doom on the fridge or on a calculator.
exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and end this. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'm going to end the stream now. If you guys enjoyed the stream, please like, subscribe, share, and tell us what you think. Give us some feedback, just like on the other shows. At the end, I'm going to do the same thing here, and that's